Tonight, perhaps the most important speech of Biden's political career.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
The economy, Israel, Gaza war, abortion, immigration, and frustrations within the Democratic Party all come to a head tonight as Joe Biden prepares to stand before the country with tens of millions of Americans set to tune in tonight. The stakes could not be higher as a presidential general election is now a two-man race.
Because the soul of this nation is strong, because the backbone of this nation is strong, because the people of this nation are strong, the State of the Union is strong.
Prime special coverage of the president's 2024 State of the Union address starts right now. Good evening, everyone. I'm Linsey Davis. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We are here in the nation's capital tonight, where in 2 hours, President Biden is set to address the nation in the constitutionally mandated State of the Union. In the very first State of the Union, way back in 1790, George Washington said, "The welfare of our country is the great object to which our cares and efforts ought to be directed." And tonight, Biden comes before the nation 234 years later, at a time when many are questioning the welfare of this country and concerned about its direction, from the rising cost of living to the crisis at the southern border, to the battle over reproductive rights in this country. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson has asked his colleagues to stay calm tonight during the speech and not interrupt. But will they cooperate? And looking live at the White House tonight, where Biden is likely making some last-minute preps for a speech that will essentially kick off his re-election pitch to the nation. And it comes at a time when there are mounting questions about both his age and acuity. With tens of millions watching, will Biden be able to quell some of those concerns? Our team is standing by tonight. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, leads us off.
Tonight, in a pivotal moment for the future of his presidency, Joe Biden looking to take advantage of his biggest platform yet to convince Americans to give him 4 more years. The president knows he's down in the polls, well aware voters have questions about his age, and that they will be watching not only what he says, but how he says it. Sources tell us he is not expected to mention Donald Trump by name, but he will draw clear contrasts between their policies and their values. On the economy and on immigration, where he is expected to remind Americans that at Trump's urging, Republicans in Congress tanked the toughest bipartisan border security bill in decades, just to deny Biden a political win. The president tonight will likely press Congress to put politics aside and get the border deal done and stop using it as a political weapon.
It's time for the speakers and some of my Republican friends in Congress who are blocking this bill to show a little spine.
The president will also confront the growing outcry over the mounting civilian death toll in Gaza, announcing what the White House describes as an emergency mission.
There are a lot of innocent people who are starving, a lot of innocent people who are in trouble and dying, and it's got to stop.
The president will lay out a plan for the U.S. to construct a temporary port off the coast of Gaza, resembling what you see in these images, to provide a new route for desperately needed food, water, and medicine. A senior administration official tells us it will take weeks to plan and execute the mission, which will be carried out by the Army. Pentagon sources say American troops will be stationed offshore to build the pier, but they were adamant there will be no U.S. boots on the ground inside Gaza. The president also expected to emphasize an issue central to his campaign, abortion, drawing a sharp contrast with Trump, who appointed 3 of the Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe v. Wade. In the First Lady's box tonight, Kate Cox, the Texas woman who was denied an abortion under the state's strict ban, even though she faced life-threatening complications. Cox sitting down with our Rachel Scott.
We know the president is going to put this issue front and center. What do you want to see happen?
My hope would be that women and families can make medical decisions with their doctors as they navigate what's often a very difficult process to build their families.
So many want to see change there. Mary Bruce joins us now. Mary, what else are you learning tonight about what the president will say regarding abortion?
Well, Lindsay, we have now seen some of the early excerpts of the president's speech, and he is going to remind voters that Donald Trump has boasted of putting those justices on the Supreme Court. The president will say, quote, clearly those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women in America. They will find out again in 2024, saying if Americans send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you I will restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again. Lindsay.
And I understand you're also learning that's not the only jab President Biden will take at former President Trump.
It certainly isn't, even though he will not be calling him out by name. Joe Biden will certainly be going after Trump several times, including rejecting what the president will call, quote, an American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution. According to these excerpts, the president is again clearly going to try and crystallize the two very different visions he and Donald Trump have for the future of this country. Lindsay.
All right, we'll be watching it together, Mary. We'll see you in just a little bit. Thank you. And joining us now, Minnesota Representative Ilhan Omar. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Let's get right into the high-stakes speech that the president is going to deliver tonight, trying to calm fears among Democrats and speaking to concerns from Republicans as well. How do you think that he can accomplish both?
Well, I do think that the president really has an opportunity to talk about the progress that we have made, talking about the investments that are in the Chips and Manufacturing Act, his bipartisan gun violence prevention legislation, talking about the infrastructure bill, obviously talking about the Inflation Reduction Act. People are starting to feel the impact of those massive investments across the country, but also I think talking to some of the fears that people have in regards to their pocketbooks and the fact that, you know, cost is still high for them, address the issues in regards to the border, and obviously talk about, you know, his leadership in the global world.
And as we're starting to watch some people make their way into the Capitol tonight, I want to ask you also about your home state of Minnesota. Voted uncommitted at nearly 20% on Super Tuesday, protesting, of course, the president's stance on the Israel-Gaza war. Your district voted 25% uncommitted just 1 week after more than 100,000 voters did the same in Michigan. Is there anything the president can say tonight to speak to those concerns within the party?
Yeah, I mean, the president obviously can speak to the pain and hurt that a lot of people are feeling. Many in my constituency have lost family members in Gaza. Many are peace advocates. A lot of them are anti-war or have survived war, like myself. So this is, I think, a time for the president to talk about what he is willing to do in order for the massacre in Gaza to end and for the starvation to not be as devastating as it is at the moment.
And just curious, wondering if you're willing to share how you voted on Tuesday's primary.
This is one of those cases where I made a plan to vote on election day, but because of the vote schedule changing, I didn't have enough time to vote absentee. So I ended up being here in Congress voting on behalf of my constituents.
I know you have a special guest with you tonight that we'll bring in just a moment, but one last question about the president's speech. The big news tonight is this emergency port that the U.S. will set up in the Mediterranean in order to get aid to Gazans. Is that enough, do you think? Could that be seen as reactionary to this protest vote that we've seen?
Well, we know that airdropping food hasn't been welcomed, and it hasn't allowed the kind of access to food that is needed for people who are literally facing starvation in Gaza, 1.5 million people. And we know that the building of a port actually might not work as fast. The president has a lot of leverage. Our country has a lot of leverage when it comes to the two countries that now control the border, whether it's Israel or Egypt, enforcing them to allow the access of humanitarian aid. We have no reason for us not to use the leverage that we have as a country to pressure them in delivering aid. We've done this in multiple countries around the world. We are known for our ability to care and show concern and deliver necessary aid. And in this particular time, to be faced with two countries that we have the most leverage over, denying this and not using that leverage really is embarrassing. It's killing our credibility and our standing in the world.
We know that you do have a special guest with you for tonight's State of the Union, Minnesota State Representative Cedric Frazier. Congresswoman, why was it so important for you to invite your fellow state representative?
Well, one thing that we have all been focused on is the preservation of our democracy and the expansion of our democracy. And Cedric has been a trailblazer. Last year, he was able to pass the Restore the Vote Act, which restored the vote for 55,000 Minnesotans. And I wanted him to be here so that people can see what has been possible in Minnesota in regards to creating more access in the ballot box and be inspired by that, so that they can pressure their state legislators, but also continue to pressure Congress to do more.
And Representative Frazier, I want to bring you in here. Of course, you did help to restore voting rights to more than 55,000 Minnesotans who have completed felony sentences. How does it feel to champion such monumental legislation?
It felt amazing. I mean, the one thing is voting is foundational to our democracy. So having the ability to help folks, over 55,000 people, be able to have their voice, especially in such a monumental election that's coming up, it was amazing to be able to be a part of that.
And last question, Congresswoman Omar, is there any way to get similar legislation on the federal level through Congress before this next presidential election?
Well, we'll continue to push. I am a co-lead on multiple legislation that expands voting rights for Americans, and we will continue to be optimistic and hopeful that people do understand that we are a beacon when it comes to championing democracy, and we should be the country where everybody continuously has access to the ballot box, because you cannot be a country that says democracy is valuable, democracy is important, everybody should have voice, and disenfranchise, Americans.
Congresswoman Omar, Congressman Frazier, we thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
House Speaker Mike Johnson has urged House Republicans not to interrupt the president tonight, saying decorum is the order of the day. Let's get right to our senior congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott. And Rachel, any idea whether House Republicans will actually heed that warning?
Not all of them, judging by who we've talked to so far today. Look, the Speaker of the House was very direct. He wants Republicans to remain civil and respectful during the State of the Union address. You remember what played out last year inside of that chamber. You had Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene heckling the president. She booed. At one point, she shouted, calling him a liar. Well, today, Congressman Greene was asked about that warning from the Speaker to maintain some sort of level of decorum, and she said, it depends on what the president has to say. Of course, it may not just be Republicans. We know that President Biden has been interrupted at multiple events by protesters over his support for.
Rachel, I also understand that you're getting word of a surprising guest tonight. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, I will tell you, many members of Congress here on Capitol Hill probably are not expecting this one. I just learned that embattled former Congressman George Santos, who was expelled from the House months ago, plans to attend the State of the Union address tonight. Now, you may be asking, how is this even possible? Well, former members of Congress do have privileges to come on the House floor, and former Congressman Santos still has those privileges, even though he was expelled. So he does plan to be inside that chamber tonight, along many of his former colleagues who, by the way, voted him out of the House, expelled him, saying that he brought shame to the House representatives, Linsey.
Guess who's coming to dinner? A little reversal there. Rachel Scott, a very interesting reporting there. Our thanks to you. And now to other news. This Thursday night, an alarming sight on the runway, a tire falling off of a United flight from San Francisco to Japan during takeoff. ABC's Matt Gutman has more.
Tonight, the alarming video that packed long-haul passenger jet losing a tire just moments after takeoff. Watch again here as one of the rear tires falls right off that plane. The United Airlines Boeing 777 with 249 passengers and crew on board, heading from San Francisco to Osaka around 11:30 a.m. local time.
They think it might have been you. They're not sure, but you might have lost fuel on takeoff. Okay, United 35, thanks.
It literally just happened.
That tire plunging into the employee parking lot, crushing several cars and damaging a fence. Fortunately, no one on the ground was injured. That plane dumping fuel and making an emergency landing, touching down safely in Los Angeles about 2 hours after takeoff. It comes after this mid-air scare involving another United flight. Flames seen shooting out of the engine shortly after takeoff from Houston on Monday night.
Panic set in with a lot of people. And a lot of the people around me were screaming and crying.
Tonight, United Airlines blaming that fire on bubble wrap that got sucked into the engine.
These incidents appear to be on the rise. Matt Gutman joins us now. Matt, going back to the plane that lost a tire, those tires have to be huge. What else can you tell us about that incident?
First, Linsey, United says that it's working with both its customers and the folks whose cars were damaged in that employee parking lot to address their needs. But we're also learning, you mentioned those tires, it's miraculous no one was hurt on the ground. Each one of those wheels, especially the real ones, weighs 265 pounds. One reason that the FAA is investigating, and officials are looking into this as a possible maintenance issue, Linsey.
All right, Matt Gutman for us. Our thanks to you, Matt. An independent investigator found that the first 5 officers on the scene in the massacre in Uvalde, Texas, did not violate policy. The investigator also suggested the acting police chief be exonerated. And now parents are erupting in anger over those findings. ABC's Maria Villarreal reports in Texas tonight.
These are the dramatic images of the first Uvalde officers entering Robb Elementary, being met with gunfire and retreating, then waiting a total of 77 minutes before breaching the door. But tonight, a new independent report finding that those officers did nothing wrong, sparking outrage again in Uvalde.
How dare you? How dare you? You were paid by them.
At a packed council meeting, retired Detective Jesse Prado, hired by the city to investigate the deadly rampage that killed 19 children and 2 teachers, detailing multiple failures by law enforcement, but finding that none of those officers violated policy.
There were no indications of wrongdoing in any of his actions. There was no evidence of serious acts of misconduct.
Even saying acting chief of police Mariano Pargas, who resigned weeks after the shooting, should be exonerated. Kim Rubio, whose daughter Lexi was killed, and other families demanding the council still take action against the officers.
Do what's right, terminate them.
Those stories are just so heartbreaking. Maria Villarreal joins us now. And Maria, how are city leaders reacting to this?
Well, you know, Linsey, 2 of the council members made it very clear they don't agree with the findings of this report or accept it. In fact, they called it insulting and embarrassing. Just a few minutes ago, though, we spoke with the mayor. He said as of right now, they are not making any final decisions until everyone can fully digest this report, and then they can have their meeting, their next meeting, which is set for next Tuesday. Still more to come here.
All right, we will be standing by for news on that. Maria, our thanks to you. Opening statements began today in the manslaughter trial of James Crumbley, the father of the teenager who killed 4 students at a Michigan high school in 2021. His trial comes just weeks after his wife Jennifer was convicted of the same charges. James Crumbley has pleaded not guilty to 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. He faces up to 15 years in prison if convicted. Jennifer Crumbley's case was the first time a parent of a school shooter was held directly responsible for the killings. The couple's son Ethan is serving life in prison without parole. Now to the urgent manhunt for a suspect in the murders of a mother and her 11-year-old daughter who were gunned down while sitting in a parked car in Massachusetts. Police say one suspect is in custody as the search now intensifies for an accused accomplice. Here's ABC's Ariel Reshef.
Tonight, an urgent manhunt for a suspect wanted in the brazen murder of a mother and daughter who were shot in their car outside their home in Worcester, Massachusetts.
Getting reports of between 12 and 20 gunshots.
Chastity Nunez and 11-year-old Zella, who was legally blind, were found in this bullet-riddled Nissan Tuesday afternoon.
New charges in Worcester.
Police later arresting 28-year-old Correll Manguel, charging him with assault to murder. And tonight, the hunt is on for his alleged accomplice, 27-year-old Dejan Balnavis.
White car with Connecticut tags, 2 males wearing masks.
Police say security video shows the men walk up and start shooting at the car before they get away in a white sedan. Tonight, a heartbroken family is remembering a loving mother who served in the Connecticut National Guard and a daughter who had overcome major challenges.
Was happy and healthy and funny and just so loving and made it through all of that. To be taken like this, it's not right.
Just so senseless. Ariel Reshef joins us now. Ariel, what's the latest on the investigation tonight?
Well, Lindsay, authorities are not commenting on a possible motive or whether the victims and the suspects may have known each other. Mangual is now being held without bail, and he has pleaded not guilty. Again, that other suspect still on the run. Lindsay?
Ariel Reshef for us. Thanks so much, Ariel. And back in New York, subway riders are already seeing the first of those newly deployed National Guard troops. The NYPD is welcoming them to the front lines. Transit crime is up over last year, but officials have some surprising information about the perpetrators. ABC's Aaron Katursky has more on that.
Tonight, armed and in full uniform, 750 New York National Guard members are now patrolling the nation's largest transit system. In addition to these National Guardsmen, the NYPD has surged 1,000 police officers into the subway in more than 100 stations around the city. NYPD's Chief of Transit, Michael Kemper, hopes it all reassures riders. Now they're going to see National Guard members in addition to your cops.
Yep. And look, we welcome, all the help we can get. This is all about public safety.
Despite the increased presence, more violent incidents in the past 24 hours. Police releasing this video of the person suspected of hitting a female conductor in the head with a bottle on Wednesday. And overnight, a 53-year-old man was stabbed on a train in the Bronx. Last year saw the highest number of subway assaults in 27 years. So far this year, transit crime is up more than 13% in the city compared to last year.
They've made over 3,000 arrests already this year in the subway system. But unfortunately, we find ourselves arresting the same small group of people over and over and over again.
Aaron Katursky joins us now. Aaron, with the increased security, have authorities been able to reduce any subway crimes?
They have, Lindsay. They believe that surge of 1,000 officers down here in the subway has been paying off because after a spike at the start of the year, mass transit crime is coming down around here. But after some instances of violence, Lindsay, the authorities know it's not the statistics that matter, it's how people feel when they ride the subway. Lindsay?
Exactly right. Aaron Katursky, our thanks to you. A 17-year-old boy remains in critical condition after he was shot 9 times in a mass shooting at a bus stop in Philadelphia on Wednesday. 3 masked gunmen exited a car parked near the bus stop and fired more than 30 rounds toward high schoolers as they tried to board a bus, as according to Philadelphia police. 8 teens ages 15 to 17 were shot. 2 of them were hospitalized in critical condition. No arrests have been made. A bill aimed at cracking down on the popular video app TikTok was unanimously approved today by a U.S. House panel. The House Energy and Commerce Committee approved legislation that would give TikTok's Chinese parent company 6 months in order to sell the app or face a U.S. ban. The vote represents the most significant momentum for U.S. crackdown on the app, which has about 170 million U.S. users. The House is expected to vote on the bill next week. Sweden officially joined NATO today, ending the country's long-standing military neutrality. Sweden's long path to joining the NATO alliance came to a successful close today as the Swedish Prime Minister and Foreign Minister deposited the country's instrument of accession at the State Department in Washington. In a lighthearted ceremony, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken quipped, quote, "Well, good things come to those who wait." Still much more to get to here on Prime tonight. Coming up, we have new information on what caused that massive wildfire in the Texas Panhandle. But next, Kate Cox, the woman at the center of that unprecedented case that sued Texas for an emergency termination, and her doctor sit down with ABC's Rachel Scott for their first joint interview. They are both guests at tonight's State of the Union.
I also hope that people learn from what we've gone through. How many people have to speak up? How many women have to tell their most painful journey publicly before something changes?
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines, from southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on. Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Everything I've experienced, it made me realize what I want and what I don't want.
Tom Brady and Gisele Bundchen announcing their divorce.
You didn't think that the marriage would end. You said it was the death of a dream.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well, when you say... Sorry, guys. I didn't know... Can I have a little moment?
Gisele Bundchen, Climbing the Mountain.
I'm living my truth and I'm not apologizing for it.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Welcome back. Kate Cox is the Texas woman who was denied an abortion under her state's strict ban, even though she faced life-threatening complications. Her unprecedented case caught the nation's attention after she sued Texas for an emergency termination. She and her doctor sat down with our senior congressional correspondent Rachel Scott for their first joint interview. They were also both guests at tonight's State of the Union.
She was the woman at the center of that unprecedented case, suing Texas for an emergency termination. Now, Kate Cox and her doctor, Damla Carson, sitting down for their first joint interview, speaking with ABC News.
What have the last few months been like for you?
It's been a tough journey, and I look forward to hopefully another pregnancy in the future.
The care of patients should be evidence-based. It should be based on the standards of care. Instead, they're being dictated by the legislator.
Kate and her husband, Justin, always dreamed of having a big family.
I was so overjoyed when we found out we were pregnant with baby number 3. Of course, my husband starts thinking, oh, we're going to need a new car and planning out all the logistics, and like another baby. So it was a really joyful time when we found out.
But then she found out something was terribly wrong. Her fetus was diagnosed with a fatal condition called trisomy 18 and had little chance of survival.
You're told that your baby has virtually no chance of survival.
It was really heartbreaking because I was so excited for a third baby. It's the hardest news I've ever received. And it's hard to walk around pregnant with a belly, especially usually with my other 2 kids. And people ask you, what are you due? What are you having? Do you have a name? Are you going to have a baby shower? It's really hard when you know you're... How do you explain that there's not going to be a baby, that she'll never survive?
Kate's uterus was at risk of rupturing. Dr. Carson warned that if she carried this child to term, it could be her last.
So the risks increase by the day. The risk of hemorrhage, the risk of uterine rupture.
I'd been to the emergency room on multiple occasions. How much longer did I have to go going in and out of emergency rooms?
Texas bans abortions outright, with a narrow exception to prevent major bodily harm or save the life of the mother. Kate was certain that would apply to her. Her case went all the way up to the Texas Supreme Court. She says with her health on the line, she couldn't wait for them to make a decision, so she fled the state. And the court ultimately decided she didn't qualify for an emergency termination.
Are your hands tied as a medical professional in the state of Texas to care for your patients?
Absolutely. Most physicians are afraid. You can lose your medical license, up to 99 years in prison, and a $100,000 fine. So physicians are terrified. They're not willing to take that risk. I felt so impotent to provide the care that my patients need.
I mean, I wanted to be home. I wanted to be close to my doctor. I wanted to be able to hug my babies after, to cry in my own pillow. I didn't want to have to travel.
Tonight, Kate Cox and Dr. Carson will be attending the State of the Union. Kate, a guest of President Biden and the First Lady.
What do you want to see changed?
I'd love to see the government get out of medical decision making. I'd love to be able to have those decisions be between my patients and myself.
I also hope that people learn from what we've gone through. How many people have to speak up? How many women have to tell their most painful journey publicly before something changes?
So many hoping for change. Our thanks to Rachel for that. Joining us now is Democratic Representative Colin Allred of Texas and Dr. Austin Dennard, who the congressman has invited as his guest to tonight's State of the Union. Thank you both so much for joining us. Dr. Dennard, I'd like to start with you. You're an OBGYN from Dallas and also a mother with a similar story as Kate Cox. Can you tell us what it was like having to leave the state in order to get a life-saving abortion?
Well, yes, it was absolutely horrible. It was terrifying, and it's something that no woman should ever have to go through. I really felt like the state of Texas abandoned me when I needed her most.
And you've said that you can no longer be silent on this issue. What's your message to millions of women out there, including those who plan to vote Republican in November?
Well, I think everyone needs to look at this issue, and it needs to be the reason why every person goes out and votes. I quite frankly feel like my body is on the ballot, and every woman's body is on the ballot. The best way for us to make change is to get out there and vote.
And Congressman, you're a co-sponsor of the Women's Health Protection Act. Tell us about that.
Yeah. Well, it would just codify Roe v. Wade and go back to the standard that we've had for the last 50 years. The Supreme Court struck down a ruling. It didn't say that we could not restore that right. And so I voted to pass that in the House of Representatives. We were not able to get it through the Senate at the time. When I'm in the Senate, we will. And we'll make sure that we protect this right.
And I'd like to ask you both individually, and Congressman, we could start with you. What would you like to hear from Biden on this issue tonight?
I hope he talks about the real stories and the real impacts, because I think that's what's moving so many folks, but it's also the reality. And my wife and I have been blessed with 2 healthy pregnancies in Dallas in the last 5 years, 2 beautiful baby boys. I can't imagine how we would have felt if at one of those appointments we got the news that Dr. Dennard got, or that Kate Cox got, or that so many Texas women will get, and that they weren't going to be able to get the care that they needed because politicians like Ted Cruz decided that they knew better. So I hope he'll talk about the real-world impacts of this, how doesn't have to be this way, and that it really should be a bipartisan effort, and I know it probably won't be, but that it should be to restore this right.
And I agree. I want to hear him talk about what an important issue this is, that it's happening to real women, and it's ruining women's lives, and it's ruining families. And that we all need to come together so that choice can be restored for women.
How strongly do you feel about this? Would it get to the point that you might move out of the state of Texas?
I love the state of Texas. I'm a 6th-generation Texan, and I don't even want to think about the idea of having to leave my state, but you never know.
And Congressman, you're now the Democratic nominee hoping to oust Ted Cruz from his Senate seat. How crucial do you think the president's speech is tonight for candidates like you who are trying to win in states that have had trouble electing Democrats to statewide offices in past years?
Well, I've always said that this election is going to be about Texans talking to Texans, neighbors talking to neighbors. This will be about who's going to represent us in the Senate for the next 6 years, beyond the term of the next presidency. But there are some important terms to lay out, which I know the president's going to do tonight. He's going to talk, I think, about freedom. He's going to talk about restoring rights. I think he'll talk about how we do need to secure the border, but to do it consistent with our values. Texans understand that. Dr. Dennard is a 6th-generation Texan. I'm a 4th-generation Texan. She shouldn't have to be concerned at all about leaving our state, and I don't want anyone to have to. I want to restore these rights, and we can. And that's what's going to be on the ballot on November 5th.
And speaking of November 5th, how starkly do you think that, how would you contrast abortion rights in this country under another Biden presidency versus Donald Trump?
Well, we've already seen that Donald Trump was responsible for Roe v. Wade going down with the Supreme Court justices that he appointed and also with the positions he took. But we also know that if he and Ted Cruz get their way, that they will pass a nationwide ban on abortion. So there will be nowhere for folks like Austin to go, nowhere for so many Texas women to go. And we can't allow that. It's not who we are in the United States. It's not who we are as Texans. And we're going to go in a different direction. I'm confident of it.
Congressman Allred, Dr. Denard, we thank you both so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Still ahead here on Prime, the Southwest Airlines new cabin design that has travelers outraged even before the new look takes to the skies. Our exclusive interview with Caitlin Clark just days after she made basketball history. And when did the State of the Union address become an annual tradition? Who gave the longest State of the Union? Who gave the shortest? We have all your State of the Union trivia for the cocktail party by the numbers.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions.
Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a carry in it.
How important it made to USA.
Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Ismail? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Everything I've experienced, it made me realize what I want and what I don't want.
Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen announcing their divorce.
You didn't think that the marriage would end. You said it was the death of a dream.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well, when you say... Sorry, guys. I didn't know... Can I have a little moment?
Gisele Bündchen, Climbing the Mountain.
I'm living my truth and I'm not apologizing for it.
Now streaming on Hulu.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Erica Jane.
Celebrity attorney Tom Girardi.
This story was a nuclear explosion.
Today, several victims will get a chance to finally meet Erica Girardi.
I'm at sort of a loss for what to say. Did you see the documentary? The Housewife and the Hustler? I did.
I wanted Erica to say, I'm sorry, face to face.
Erica, why did it take you so long?
The Housewife and the Hustler 2. Only on Hulu.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
You know, that sounds pretty good.
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food. GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, Afternoons.
For everything you need to know. I love that.
I'm Marcus Moore covering the wildfires in Greece. Wherever the story is, we will take you there. You're streaming with ABC News Live.
Welcome back, everyone. With all eyes on the State of the Union this evening, we thought we'd take a look at the speech that has become part of the American political tradition in tonight's By the Numbers. There have been 99 in-person State of the Union addresses since 1790. George Washington gave the first. But giving the report in person to Congress didn't become a tradition until 1913, when Woodrow Wilson used the opportunity to rally support for his agenda. Presidents before him simply delivered the report in writing. Harry Truman in 1947 was the first president to broadcast his State of the Union on television. Lyndon Johnson, though, in 1965 was the first to deliver his in prime time. Only 2 State of the Union addresses have ever been postponed. One of them in 1986, Ronald Reagan rescheduled because of the Space Shuttle Challenger explosion. And in 2019, the government shutdown forced Donald Trump to delay his. George W. Bush's 2002 State of the Union was the first to be streamed online live. The shortest address since 1964, less than 29 minutes, given by Richard Nixon in 1972. And the longest, 1 hour, 25 minutes by Bill Clinton in 1995. And one more bit of trivia ahead of tonight's big speech. Franklin Roosevelt is credited for coining the term State of the Union. Before him, it was just called the President's Annual Message. And we still have much more to get to here on Prime tonight. Celebrating a new chapter in an already storied career, our conversation with first-time Oscar nominee Sterling K. Brown. And the American woman making history at sea, her impressive finish today in the challenging race around the world. Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland, from Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol, Mayfield, Kentucky, Minneapolis, Mexico, Tongass National Forest, Alaska. Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
in Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital. Destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news. Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA.
You're gonna love it.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start Here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
You know, that sounds pretty good.
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food. What you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us after news.
For everything you need to know. I love that.
New information about what caused those devastating wildfires in Texas, the controversy over Southwest's cabin makeover, and a young woman making history at sea. These stories and more in tonight's Rundown.
Xcel Energy is acknowledging its involvement in the Texas Smokehouse Creek fire, which started last week and quickly became the largest wildfire in state history, burning more than 1 million acres. Xcel said it has been cooperating with investigations into the wildfires and conducting its own review of the incident since it started. In the same statement, the company disputed claims that they acted negligently in maintaining and operating its infrastructure.
Doctors studying the brain of Robert Card, who killed 18 people in Lewiston, Maine last year, say he likely suffered from traumatic brain injury. A study of Card's brain by Boston University CTE Center showed degradation in parts of his brain, but noted that there was no evidence of CTE. Health officials say traumatic brain injuries are associated with an increased risk of behavioral or emotional issues, but do not mean that someone will become violent.
Southwest is onboarding a brand new look. The budget airline unveiling its newly redesigned cabin, featuring a sleek interior, complete with power outlets and electronic device trays. But it didn't quite take off with some travelers on social media. Many quick to clap back in the more than 18,000 TikTok comments. One describing the cushions as Ozempic seats. Another saying, why not just put wooden benches in? They'd be just as comfy.
Southwest says the seats still have the same width and legroom as the current ones. The new upgrades, though, will be featured on all their new planes come early 2025.
A Texas mother who intervened in a dispute between her son and a schoolyard bully now finds herself facing criminal charges. Sheriff deputies in San Antonio say Jennifer Lynn Rossi admitted to mixing lemon juice, vinegar, salt, and Gatorade in a sports bottle and telling her son to give it to the classmate who had stolen his drink the day before. The boy experienced nausea and a headache and was taken to a hospital. Although the drink was non-toxic, Rossi was booked on a charge of injury to a child. Former heavyweight boxing champion Mike Tyson will be fighting YouTuber turned prize fighter Jake Paul this summer. The boxing match announced this morning will take place July 20th at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, with the main event airing on Netflix. Tyson will be 58 at the time of the fight. Paul, at 27, is 3 decades his junior. Paul only turned pro 4 years ago and is coming off back-to-back first-round knockouts. It's yet to be determined whether the fight will be classified as a pro fight or an exhibition. Cole Brower became the first American woman to race nonstop around the world by herself when she arrived in Coruña, Spain today. The 29-year-old traveled about 30,000 miles and took 130 days to complete. She thanked a cheering crowd of family and fans who had been waiting for her on shore.
Now to an ABC News exclusive with college basketball sensation Caitlin Clark. ABC's Robin Roberts went one-on-one with the NCAA's all-time leading scorer about everything from making college basketball history to her future as a pro in the WNBA.
She's the dominating force, reshaping the landscape of college basketball.
It's been so much fun, but we're not done yet.
The University of Iowa guard Caitlin Clark, smashing records and captivating fans across the nation. And now she's ready to take her game to the next level.
Caitlin Clark knocks down a three.
Why did you decide that this was the time to end your college career?
Well, I think there's pros and cons to both sides, and that's what made the decision so difficult. It was almost a win-win, but at the same time a lose-lose because I was giving up something, and I'm just kind of ready for the next chapter and a new challenge in my life. But I think the reason I decided to announce it when I did was just to have that closure, especially going into senior night.
Fans lining up for hours ahead of senior night.
Caitlin Clark!
The last regular season game for number 22, and the moment Clark would make history.
For the record, she ties it with that one. This for college basketball history.
becoming the all-time leading scorer in NCAA history.
Caitlin Clark becomes the all-time leading scorer.
You know, we're playing the #2 team in the country on senior night on our home court. You can't really script it any better. I honestly didn't realize it until everybody started going wild, and it's just cool to have so many people in the stands that, one, appreciate women's basketball, but they understand the history of it.
The 22-year-old has called Iowa home her entire life, and now she's on the cusp of achieving one of her biggest goals. You're moving on up. How do you feel about the next chapter?
I think it's something I'm ready for, and that's why I decided to make this move, but also this is the place like all I've known all my life, and that was the main reason of coming to the University of Iowa. Is I wanted to play for my home state. I wanted to do something that really had never been done before.
When you think about the WNBA draft, and I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say you're going to be the #1 pick. You know, I don't know. I got a crystal ball. You're going to be the #1 pick. We know that Indiana, the Indiana Fever, have the top selection. They're already talking about their ticket sales. They're already talking about the demand. What is it, do you think, about your game that has people just can't wait to see you on the professional level?
I think it's just the style of basketball that I play, but also I think people love the fire and the emotion that I have and the smile I always have on my face. To be honest, I don't get nervous for games because I just know this is fun for me. People love the long shots, people love the good passing, people love the fire.
That fire blazing during last year's March Madness tournament. And there was a lot of talk about women athletes and being competitive and fierce and all that. I'm like, where you guys been? You've always been that way.
Yeah, I think it still does surprise me that people get a little distraught about women being competitive and getting into little arguments on the court or having a little trash talk, and that's how it should be. I think more than anything, it's surprising you guys didn't know this is how women's sports are played. Come on.
As a young girl, you could find Caitlin gracing the court, the field, and the track. You were a multi-sport athlete. What was it about basketball?
Well, honestly, growing up, I loved soccer too, and I played every sport basically. I ran track, I did softball, soccer, but I think basketball, I just loved the competitive side of it, and I grew up playing with the boys, and my dad was my first ever basketball coach. Before every game, I look at my dad and I give him a nod, he gives me a nod. And then I go out there and get ready for the tip, and I think it just speaks to the bond I've had, especially with my dad over the course of my basketball upbringing.
As a high schooler, Clark clinching a spot on Team USA's youth squad, winning 3 gold medals on the global stage.
And this is Caitlin Clark.
But recounts a humbling setback that turned into a major comeback. But I remember when you were a rising junior, they didn't put you on the team.
Yeah.
And that seemed to fire you up, just like it did Jordan when he didn't make the varsity team.
I went to try out the next year. And honestly, I hurt my pinky during training camp, but I kept playing, I was fine. But also, I just played really bad. I didn't deserve to be on the team. So I think, honestly, that's one of the lowest points of my basketball career is you're on the team the previous year, you win a gold medal, and then you go back to try out with all your teammates from the prior year. But I think it really allowed me to find another fire. And I think it just pushed me to work even harder and get better and, want to prove people wrong.
You know we had to step on the court where the magic happens. Okay, there's just something about the smell of a gym. And see that iconic record-breaking spot now forever etched onto the floorboards. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Where is it on the court?
All the way over here.
That?
Right over here, yeah, that's the spot.
That's where you shot from there?
Yeah.
I want to show folks, okay. This is the three-point line. This is where she shot it from. You see that? You see the difference?
And that's half court.
Oh, yeah. She's closer to half court. Not only do you have a place in the record books, you have a place on that court. That's got to mean something special.
Yeah, it's just kind of crazy. When I first went out there and looked at it, I'm like, this has to be in the wrong spot. It seems way further back from where I actually shot it from.
How will she go for history?
This is what I dreamed of. I dreamed of playing in front of these types of crowds and these type of environments. During every national anthem or every pregame, I just try to take a deep breath and look around and, soak in the environment because it seriously never gets old.
Our thanks to Robin and Caitlin for that conversation. From Emmy wins to Oscar noms, Sterling K. Brown is ushering in a brand new chapter in his career in a major way. The actor earned his first Academy Award nomination for Best Supporting Actor in his role in American Fiction. Brown sat down with Kelly Carter to talk about his journey to this moment.
You ever seen a heroin addict? Those guys take naps standing up.
It's dangerous.
Look, I'm keeping an eye on her. I'm a doctor.
So am I.
Right. Maybe if we need to revive a sentence.
Sterling K. Brown, congratulations.
Thank you.
Oscar nominated. What does that feel like?
Cool. I feel blessed and highly favored. I feel also the company that is in the category. You got Gosling, you got De Niro, you got Ruffalo, you got Downey Jr. and Brown. I'm like, what? Like, I'm with these dudes at heavyweights, you know?
I mean, is this the dream? Is this what you were thinking when you first said, you know what I think I want to do for a living? I want to act.
I'll say that it's a dream that came after, right? Like, I think the acting in and of itself was the reward. I just love getting inside of people and understanding what makes them tick. What do you see in my brother?
He's funny.
He's not funny.
No, not ha-ha funny. Like, sad funny.
And what about being nominated for this film and this role in particular?
I love this movie.
Yeah.
And I think I just wanted to be a part of it. There was some squabbles in the beginning, like, it's not the lead, and it's sort of a supporting character. And I read the script, and I was like, no, how can I be down?
Yeah.
This is something I have to be in because it is expanding the breadth of Black stories. It was told with excellence. And if it continues to have some commercial success, I would like to see more of these stories be told, because it does seem like the lane which we have been allowed to a certain extent has been relatively narrow.
This nomination has also made history in a lot of ways, because this is the first time that we've seen a lead character in a film and a supporting character in a film both be nominated that are Black.
Yeah.
This is huge. This is colossal. Talk about that and the importance of kind of representing in this way.
So I think Jeffrey and I both feel the same way, is that it should have happened a long time ago, right? But I feel like people who do first should be stately. Like Mahershala should be doing first. Mahershala is stately. You know, Denzel's stately. I'm dumb. So the fact that I get a chance to be a part of any first, I think that's God's way of saying that, like, everybody needs to have a sense of humor.
Are those human remains? Do you guys have a permit for that?
Shut up, Philip.
Liv, you don't talk to me like that.
I will eat your sweater vest for dinner.
What was your first acting role? What was the first one?
First acting role was freshman year of high school, and we did Godspell. At the end of the play, you sing the song, Prepare Ye the Way of the Lord, and we got standing ovations every night, and Saturday night in particular. Before we could even get Jesus all the way through, like, people stood up while we were still carrying him, and it was just like this rush. And it was like a thrill and a high that I had only experienced playing sports. You're giving something to people, and they feel it and are appreciative of it. And there's this exchange of energy that's just sort of like fills you up in a way that I can't explain if you haven't done it. If you've done it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And that was it. You chase that moment from then on.
Our thanks to Kelly and Sterling for the conversation. Be sure to catch our brand new special, Road to the Oscars, featuring all of our conversations with the 2024 Oscar nominees tomorrow night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, right here on ABC News Live, and also streaming on Hulu. Also, be sure to tune in to Countdown to the Oscars on the Red Carpet Live. I'll be hosting along with Whit Johnson, and we got a chance to speak with the biggest stars and nominees. That is Sunday, March 10th. Coverage begins at 1 p.m. Eastern, right here on ABC News Live. And that is our show for tonight. I'm Linsey Davis. ABC News Live is here for you all night with the latest news, context, and analysis. You can always find us on Hulu, Roku, Pluto TV, the ABC News app, and of course on abcnews.com.
Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In rolling forward, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines. From southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
Everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine. Some more, just a little bit. Breathe more, just a little bit. Smile a little more, and I'm into it. I've been running through the strange life. Pictures on my phone, like everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine.
Good morning, America.
Everything I've experienced, it made me realize what I want and what I don't want.
Tom Brady and Gisele Bundchen announcing their divorce.
You didn't think that the marriage would end. You said it was the death of a dream.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well, when you say... Sorry, guys. I didn't know... Can I have a little moment?
Gisele Bundchen, Climbing the Mountain.
I'm living my truth and I'm not apologizing for it.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Tonight, perhaps the most important speech of Biden's political career.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
The economy, Israel, Gaza war, abortion, immigration, and frustrations within the Democratic Party all come to a head tonight as Joe Biden prepares to stand before the country with tens of millions of Americans set to tune in tonight. The stakes could not be higher as a presidential general election is now a two-man race.
Because the soul of this nation is strong. Because the backbone of this nation is strong. Because the people of this nation are strong. The State of the Union is strong.
Prime special coverage of the president's 2024 State of the Union address starts right now. Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We are here in Washington, D.C. We're in about an hour. President Biden is set to address the nation in the constitutionally mandated State of the Union. In the very first State of the Union, way back in 1790, George Washington said, "The welfare of our country is the great object to which our cares and efforts ought to be directed." Tonight, Biden comes before the nation 234 years later at a time when many are questioning the welfare of this country, concerned about its direction. From the rising cost of living to the crisis at the southern border to the battle over reproductive rights in this country, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson has asked his colleagues to stay calm tonight during the speech and not interrupt. Will they cooperate? And taking a live look now at the White House, where Biden is likely making some last-minute preparations for a speech that will essentially kick off his re-election pitch to the nation. It comes at a time when there are mounting questions about both his age and acuity. With tens of millions watching, will Biden be able to quell some of those concerns? Our team is standing by tonight. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, leads us off.
Tonight, in a pivotal moment for the future of his presidency, Joe Biden looking to take advantage of his biggest platform yet to convince Americans to give him 4 more years. The president knows he's down in the polls, well aware voters have questions about his age, and that they will be watching not only what he says, but how he says it. Sources tell us he is not expected to mention Donald Trump by name, but he will draw clear contrasts between their policies and their values. On the economy and on immigration, where he is expected to remind Americans that at Trump's urging, Republicans in Congress tanked the toughest bipartisan border security bill in decades, just to deny Biden a political win. The president tonight will likely press Congress to put politics aside and get the border deal done and stop using it as a political weapon.
It's time for the speakers and some of my Republican friends in Congress who are blocking this bill to show a little spine.
The president will also confront the growing outcry over the mounting civilian death toll in Gaza, announcing what the White House describes as an emergency mission.
There are a lot of innocent people who are starving, a lot of innocent people who are in trouble and dying, and it's got to stop.
The The president will lay out a plan for the U.S. to construct a temporary port off the coast of Gaza, resembling what you see in these images, to provide a new route for desperately needed food, water, and medicine. A senior administration official tells us it will take weeks to plan and execute the mission, which will be carried out by the Army. Pentagon sources say American troops will be stationed offshore to build the pier, but they were adamant there will be no U.S. boots on the ground inside Gaza. The president also expected to emphasize an issue central to his campaign: abortion, drawing a sharp contrast with Trump, who appointed 3 of the Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe v. Wade. In the First Lady's box tonight, Kate Cox, the Texas woman who was denied an abortion under the state's strict ban, even though she faced life-threatening complications. Cox sitting down with our Rachel Scott.
We know the president is going to put this issue front and center. What do you want to see happen?
My hope would be that women and families can make medical decisions with their doctors as they navigate what's often a very difficult process to build their families.
So many want to see change there. Mary Bruce joins us now. Mary, what else are you learning tonight about what the president will say regarding abortion?
Well, Lindsay, we have now seen some of the early excerpts of the president's speech, and he is going to remind voters that Donald Trump has boasted of putting those justices on the Supreme Court. The president will say, quote, clearly those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women in America. They will find out again in 2024, saying if Americans send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you I will restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again. Lindsay.
And I understand you're also learning that's not the only jab President Biden will take at former President Trump.
It certainly isn't. Even though he will not be calling him out by name, Joe Biden will certainly be going after Trump several times, including rejecting what the president will call, quote, an American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution. According to these excerpts, the president is again clearly going to try and crystallize the 2 very different visions he and Donald Trump have for the future of this country. Lindsay.
All right, we'll be watching it together. Mary, we'll see you in just a little bit. Thank you. House Speaker Mike Johnson has urged House Republicans not to interrupt the president tonight, saying decorum is the order of the day. Let's get right to our senior congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott. And Rachel, any idea whether House Republicans will actually heed that warning?
Not all of them, judging by who we've talked to so far today. Look, the Speaker of the House was very direct. He wants Republicans to remain civil and respectful during the State of the Union address. You remember what played out last year inside of that chamber. You had Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene heckling the president. She booed. At one point, she shouted, calling him a liar. Well, today, Congressman Greene was asked about that warning from the Speaker to maintain some sort of level of decorum, and she said it depends on what the president has to say. Of course, it may not just be Republicans. We know that President Biden has been interrupted at multiple events by protesters over his support for Israel, so the White House is keenly aware this could get rowdy, Lindsay.
All right. And Rachel, I also understand that you're getting word of a surprising guest tonight. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, I will tell you, many members of Congress here on Capitol Hill probably are not expecting this one. I just learned that embattled former Congressman George Santos, who was expelled from the House months ago, plans to attend the State of the Union address tonight. Now, you may be asking, how is this even possible? Well, former members of Congress do have privileges to come on the House floor, and former Congressman Santos still has those privileges, even though he was expelled. So he does plan to be inside that chamber tonight, along many of his former colleagues who, by the way, voted him out of the House, expelled him, saying that he brought shame to the House representatives, Lindsay.
Guess who's coming to dinner? A little reversal there. Rachel Scott, a very interesting reporting there. Our thanks to you. And now I want to take a live look outside of the West Wing. And also you can see the Capitol, where people are just starting to gather and file in just outside of the chamber there for the State of the Union. But to the right, that is the door where we're expecting President Biden to come out of and then head over to the U.S. Capitol to give that consequential speech. And joining us now for more on President Biden's speech tonight is Biden campaign surrogate Megan Hayes. Megan, thanks so much for joining us. This speech, of course, comes at a time when President Biden is facing increasing questions about his age, his stance on the Israel-Hamas war, and his agenda for a second term. What do you think is the most important thing that the president has to get tonight?
I think, thank you for having me. And on tonight's speech, I definitely think that One of the most important things is to draw the contrast between what he can offer for a vision for a second term and what Donald Trump will do and what Donald Trump did in his first 4 years. I definitely think he needs to touch on reproductive rights for women. I think that's a broad coalition that he needs to continue to build. It's also an opportunity to bring in the Haley voters over to the Biden coalition.
A recent ABC News Ipsos poll found 62% of Americans think former President Trump is too old for another term. That same poll found 86% of Americans believe President Biden is, that's including 73% of Democrats. What does Biden need to do in order to address the concerns about his age within the Democratic Party?
Look, I think that President Biden, with age comes a tremendous amount of experience and wisdom, which he has shown in the way he governs and what he has done for the country in the past 3 years. But I also think that specifically for tonight, the president needs to have a strong performance. He needs to come out with a lot of energy. I know the White House has been talking a lot about that today, but he does need to come out with a lot of energy. I also think that we should tamp down the expectations that voters in 7 or 8 months aren't going to remember this speech specifically. However, he does need to quell some of the concerns and come out with energy and a lot of focus tonight.
It does seem like this is the kickoff of campaign season for him, though. And the state of Minnesota, of course, recently voted uncommitted at nearly 20%, just a week after more than 100,000 voters did the same in Michigan. Is there anything the president can say tonight to speak to those particular concerns within the party?
Look, I don't think that the uncommitted votes are much different than they were in 2012 for President Obama during his primary campaign. But I do think that he needs to address the Gaza-Israel conflict strongly tonight. I do think it's something that he is working on, as he said many of times. But I do think that's where the uncommitted votes are coming from. But I am really firmly believe that in November, the uncommitteds will show up for him to vote for him, and will also end up nominating him in August in Chicago.
And let's take a look at a comparison of approval ratings of the last 4 presidents seeking re-election. Biden's approval rating entering this year, 41%, is the lowest of any of them. How much does he need to get this number up in order to win in November?
I mean, he obviously definitely needs to get the number up, but I don't necessarily know that that's a deal breaker for people voting in November. I think continuing to draw that contrast between him and President Trump is really super important. The president has done a tremendous amount for the American people, and I think he needs to make that very clear, and he needs to show the American people what he has done for them and what President Trump did the previous 4 years.
The president is expected to spend a good portion of the speech hitting on abortion rights, and abortion may be on up to as many as 11 ballots on the states this fall. Do you think that ballot initiatives will help Democrats win more seats and potentially states this November?
I do. I think it's a really important issue, especially for women. I think it's a really important issue for undecided voters and voters who are in the middle. It's something that when you say that, the Republican Party and President Trump are trying to take away your freedoms and reproductive freedoms, that's a really important issue to women and to men equally. But it's super important to get people out to vote, and I do think that will help the president in the finish line in November.
All right, well, we'll see how he does tonight. Megan Hayes, we so appreciate your insight there.
Thank you so much for having me.
And Elizabeth Schulze joins us now. Elizabeth, all eyes on the economy tonight. How do you think the president is going to tout his accomplishments?
You know, Lindsay, this is really a challenge for the president. The economic record that he has is strong when you look at a lot of the metrics. Unemployment is low. There have been a lot of jobs created, and that lingering inflation has started to improve. But that is something that the president has acknowledged is still such a problem for so many American families. So we expect that he'll try to walk this line, saying that things are better, that he has created jobs and an engine of growth in the American economy. But at the same time, he understands that families are dealing with these persistently high costs for everyday goods, things like groceries, housing. A lot of these things the president says have been tackled, and parts of his agenda already passed in legislation. Specifically, health care costs are something that he will want to highlight and say, we have taken steps through legislation to try to make those costs lower for Americans, but also trying to just make the point very clearly that there is still work to be done, and acknowledging the pain that people are feeling as he tries to turn around what are pretty dismal, his pretty dismal poll ratings on the economy, far behind former President Trump when it comes to those ratings, Lindsay.
And as we just heard there from Megan Hayes as well, we know that reproductive rights certainly a big topic tonight. What kind of contrast is the president going to draw between himself and the Republican Party?
And this is a key part of the president's message, because he is directly trying to make that link that the Republican Party and former President Trump chose Supreme Court justices that would overturn Roe, and that's led to further restrictions on reproductive rights. And we saw that play out just in the past few weeks in Alabama with this debate over IVF, the fact that those treatments were put on pause. The White House has said it wants to try to use that as an example, that states are putting these restrictions in place because Republicans have appointed these justices, and in courts more broadly have been making these decisions that are very personal for people and when it comes to their reproductive care. The president, in an excerpt that we do have, is directly saying that he wants to restore Roe, and this is a message we've heard from the White House ever since the Supreme Court overturned it. But obviously, that would be something that's required by Congress. It's something that he wants to run on. He knows this galvanizes voters. He knows this is a really important point to try to get across to people as they head to the polls in November, and something that we expect he'll highlight. And you can see that with the guests who will be there from in the chamber with him today to speak to that and have had these personal experiences with states when it comes to those restrictions, Lindsay.
And anything else in particular you're looking for tonight?
You know, I think a lot of this for the president comes down to, can he sell some of these points that we know are important issues to voters? I mean, reproductive rights, abortion, and the economy, these consistently rank as top issues, but the president has struggled to get this message across. I've talked to a lot of voters who say they think sometimes the problem is the messenger. They just don't see the way that he's delivered this as compelling. So a lot of this will come down to, can he really connect with people on those issues? Can he simultaneously say that he understands some of the concerns that people have while tout his own record and make the case that he has done more? And that's something that I'm going to be looking for closely, Lindsay, is how do you draw that comparison to say that things are better, but you still understand people's pain?
Really good point. Elizabeth Schulze, our thanks to you. And now I want to bring in our Jay O'Brien. Jay, what are you hearing from Democrats about what they're hoping to hear?
Well, Lindsay, they're hoping the president hits on what they say are some of his policy accomplishments over the last few years, which has been that bipartisan infrastructure legislation, that bipartisan guns bill, the Chips and Sciences Act, things of that nature. And as Elizabeth just noted just moments ago, polling shows that while voters may like those accomplishments, some of them do not give the president, the majority of them, frankly, do not give the president credit for those accomplishments. I asked some Democrats earlier today if they think that is a problem with the administration's messaging. Some acknowledge that it might be, but they said they want the president to again remind voters of what they say were those bipartisan accomplishments. Now, in terms of looking ahead towards new policy, they want the president to talk about abortion rights. Democrats I talked to believe that is going to be a key 2024 issue. When you see the camera pan to the crowd tonight, expect to see a sea of Democratic women lawmakers wearing white as a demonstration, they say, of their support for reproductive rights. So they want the president to hit on that note. I've talked to some lawmakers who say they want the president to try to kick open the log jam in Congress on aid for Ukraine. Remember, the Senate passed a bipartisan $95 billion package that includes funding for Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan. That package is stalled right now in the House of Representatives. Speaker Mike Johnson is not putting it on the floor for a vote. So I've talked to Democrats who say they want the president to try to do something to break open that logjam. And lastly, I've talked to some Democrats privately, some sources who want the president to take this issue of age head on. They want him to deliver a clear, quick, crisp State of the Union tonight in order to belay any of these concerns that some voters have said in the polling that he's lost a step.
So that's the Democrats. Of course, he has the job of trying to bring everybody into the tent collectively. What do you think Republicans want to hear?
I've talked to some Republicans going into the speech tonight who have said that one of the things they really want to hear from the president is addressing the ongoing situation at the U.S. southern border. Republicans have repeatedly used that ongoing crisis at the border to try to hammer the president. And where they are in the spectrum of exactly what they want to hear from the president on the border. Depends on where they are ideologically. More hardline conservatives really don't want to hear anything from the president on the border, and they blame him for the ongoing situation at the border wholeheartedly. I've talked to some moderate Republicans who say they are willing to hear the president out if he can strike a kind of tone that leads to some kind of bipartisan immigration compromise. But if that sounds familiar, Linsey, it's because it is familiar. Moderate Republicans said that months ago, remember, when border security and immigration provisions were linked to any funding for Ukraine and Israel. And those concerns from Republicans created that ongoing, or that months-long, rather, process in the Senate in which senators of Democrats, Republicans, and independents got behind closed doors. They hammered out a bipartisan immigration deal, the product of which hardline Republicans in the House, at the urging of former President Trump, rejected. And so the question facing the president is, how much does he extend this olive branch to Republicans that some moderates have told me they want to hear from him? And how much does he instead criticize Republicans for walking away from that bipartisan deal?
Jay O'Brien, always appreciate your insight. Thank you so much. Tonight, House Minority Whip Representative Katherine Clark of Massachusetts has invited Amanda Zarowski of Texas to join her in the chamber. Amanda's water broke in 2022 when she was just 18 weeks pregnant, and because her condition at that precise time was not considered life-threatening, she was denied an abortion since her fetus had a detectable heartbeat. She quickly developed sepsis, which almost killed her. Our senior congressional correspondent Rachel Scott sat down with Amanda and Representative Clark this afternoon.
This is coming on a critical week. Super Tuesday just happened. We are now heading into the State of the Union, a critical election year. What do you want to hear from the president tonight?
I know he's going to share with the country stories like Amanda's and the very real and devastating impact these laws are going to have. And our country's at a crossroads, and things will get worse. The GOP is saying it out loud. We have a bill on IVF that was up in the Senate last week. The GOP blocked it from coming to a vote. We have a speaker who just today said, well, this is really going to be dealt with in the states. That is a pass. 84% of the House GOP has already signed on to legislation that would enable an IVF ban nationwide. So where are we? We know what their vision for women in this country is, and their vision is they get to make the call.
What are the real life consequences? What is the reality? What has your reality been as a result of these abortion bans?
The reality for me was that I nearly died because of the abortion ban in Texas. I couldn't get access to health care when I needed it, and as a result, I very nearly died. And now, my future fertility is permanently compromised as a result of this. Since I've been public with my story, I have heard from countless others who've been through something similar. And so this is really a massive problem that I think, to Congresswoman Clark's point, if it becomes a national abortion ban, no one is safe.
The real life impact for you, and now that this has impacted your own fertility, and the lawmakers who designed these laws say their goal here is to protect life. And in your case, it is restricting the ability for you to create life. Looking at what happened in Alabama with IVF, how much did that concern you?
Oh, it terrified me. So my husband and I are very fortunate to have 2 frozen embryos as a result of IVF after what I went through. And when we saw that ruling in Alabama, the very next day we signed the paperwork to get our embryos out of Texas because we are terrified that a similar ruling could take place in Texas.
How difficult has it been for you to come forward and share your story, something that's so personal and so intimate?
It's extremely difficult. Losing a child, nearly dying, these are not easy things to relive. There are so many people out there who have a story just like mine, and they can't speak up. And so I feel like it's my responsibility to speak up for them and to tell my story, which is really all of our stories.
We are really a portrait of post and pre-Dobbs. When I had a miscarriage and needed abortion care to prevent infection, I got it. I got it without question. And now we are seeing that in the same situation, Amanda and so many thousands of other women have been denied that care and have put their own lives into jeopardy.
What does change look like to you?
That's a good question. I think it's restoring Roe. I think it's electing the right people. And I think it's clarifying the law so that more people don't have to go through what I went through. It can still get worse. We already know that Republican extremists are targeting contraception and surrogacy, which now is a reality for me because of what happened to me previously, because of the laws that they passed. And this slope is so slippery and it's so steep. And I just think that if you haven't had to go through what I've been through, maybe you don't understand how bad it can still get.
Rachel Scott, thank you. As President Biden prepares to speak to what's expected to be his biggest audience of the year, we're joined now by former speechwriter for President Obama, Terry Zuplatt. His book, Say It Well, will be released this spring. Terry, thanks so much for joining us tonight. Give us a sense of the behind the scenes on the big speech. What's the writing and preparation process look like?
Sure. Well, thanks for having me. It goes on for months. Obviously, today we're all focused on what will happen tonight, but the speechwriters and the president have been working on this for weeks and months. In the Obama administration, often the writing and researching of the State of the Union would begin many months before, and it really becomes an exercise in everyone in the government working very hard to get their particular initiative, their particular proposal in the State of the Union, because they do recognize it is the biggest platform that they'll have all year. So it's a tremendous effort by the speechwriters and the president to sort of sift through all that and make sure that the president's telling a coherent and compelling story that will resonate with the American people.
We've, of course, seen those scenes of the president and his staff scribbling furious, changing last-minute words in the speech and TV and film. Is that accurate, or any finishing touches being written right at this second?
I would imagine so. I mean, the editing and the writing doesn't stop until the president starts speaking. So sometimes you have a situation where the edits are even being made in the Beast, in the limousine on the way up, or backstage. So until the president speaks, anything can be changed.
When people have challenged President Biden on his age, he has said, watch me. A lot of people will be watching tonight, perhaps the biggest audience that he'll get in this election year. Does that put extra pressure on the preparation of this State of the Union?
Well, I think, every president goes into a State of the Union knowing that it's one of the biggest platforms that they have for the entire year. And I think the American people expect every president to show strength, confidence, vigor, a compelling vision for the future. And that always comes down to two big things, what the president says and how the president says it. So, and that'll be true this year. Everyone will be watching not only what Biden says, what President Biden says, but how he says it and his delivery. And, he shows that he's able to give a strong, fiery speech. He does it all the time. Most Americans don't see every presidential speech that's given, but he can give a strong, fiery speech, and I suspect he'll do that tonight.
In addition to those questions about the president's age, there are also concerns about his mental fitness. What does the president have to do tonight in order to quiet those fears among members of his own party, in some cases, that he is fit for the job?
Well, I think a strong performance, a strong delivery, strong performance. And again, I think it's fair to ask those questions, but the American people over the coming year are going to have to make a choice between two candidates. And so I suspect that one of the things you'll start to hear tonight is President Biden starting to frame this election as a choice, we now know, between President Biden and former President Trump. That's the choice the American people have to make. And on questions of empathy and temperament, the American people, according to polls, much prefer President Biden over the temperament of President Trump. It's been 3 years, according to the polls, so sort of the memories have faded a little bit of how chaotic and cruel those years were under President Trump. And I think over the coming year, you'll start to see more reminders of that. And that starts tonight. The president will position himself as a leader who demonstrates empathy and compassion in stark contrast to the person he's running against.
How much is it the president who decides, look, this is the outline, these are the major points I want to hit, or is it the speechwriter coming to him? Is it just kind of a marriage between the two?
Well, we often talk about it as a mind meld, and really it's the speechwriter's job to understand how a president speaks, of course, but even more importantly, how the president thinks, how the president approaches issues. And President Biden has a terrific speechwriting team led by Vinay Reddy, who's been with him for many, many years. And very much the speechwriters are taking their cues from the president. You know, we always like to remind people, no one elected the speechwriter to do anything. We're there at the invitation of the president. We're there to assist the president. We're there to help the president give the best speech that president can give. So it's very much the president in the driver's seat.
Terry Zuplant, former speechwriter for President Obama. Really appreciate your insight. No one else can take us really behind the scenes quite like you can. So thank you for that and for your time.
Appreciate being here.
And we still have a lot more to talk about as we count down to the State of Union, now about 30 minutes away. Terry Moran will lead us into that special coverage as I go to join David Muir at the desk for an upcoming special report. We'll be right back. This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the Capitol.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
We're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine. Some more, just a little bit. Breathe more, just a little bit. Smile a little more in a minute. I've been running through the strange life. Pictures on my phone, like everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine.
Good morning, America.
You should see me in the crowd.
The strongest females fight for the survival of their families. Oh, hey, the queens.
You should see me in a crowd.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag
Not a carrying it.
How important it made to USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
911. What's your emergency?
Get him out now!
It takes a special someone to want to live this life.
Suit up, we're heading inside.
We're in the business of saving lives.
I got a pulse.
911.
No matter how dark it gets, we're here together. 911, coming March 14th to ABC.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
Good evening, and thank you for streaming with us. I'm Terry Moran. We're just a few minutes now from the State of the Union here in Washington, D.C. There's the United States Capitol, beautiful building on a damp night. And some of the live pictures we've got coming in from the House chamber where the President of the United States, Joe Biden, will deliver this State of the Union, a crucial one, really, the kickoff for his campaign. We're also getting a live look at some protesters, I believe. Yeah, that's right outside the White House. Looks like a little while ago, and that is a protest, obviously, there for Palestinians. The president facing a lot of resistance, particularly among young voters and Arab American voters, for his support of Israel's war in Gaza. Let's get right to all of the issues tonight. There's Statuary Hall, where the members will file in down that gauntlet of reporters there who will ask them questions as they move in to the State of the Union, now just about a half an hour away. So let's get right to ABC's Selena Wang at the White House, where President Biden is expected to depart any moment now for the Capitol. Selena, what are you expecting to hear from the president tonight?
Well, Terry, an overarching key theme here is defending democracy and fundamental freedoms, including he's going to be talking about protecting the right for women to have access to abortion. Now, this is seen as the unofficial kickoff to the general election, but on that front, we're told by sources that the president is not expected to directly call out Trump by name. But what he will do is set up the very different visions they have for the future of America. But really, Terry, tonight, the pressure is on for the president. He's got to bring his energy, show his vigor, his vitality. This could be his best chance to prove to the American people, the skeptical Americans who simply think he's just too old. He's got to prove to them that he can do this job for another 4 years. Now, during that address, he's going to talk about his legislative achievements, his efforts to bring down student loan debt, as well as to go after big pharma companies. And I'm really curious, Terry, to see how he goes after the issue of the economy. He's going to want to highlight how the economic picture is improving while also empathizing with Americans who just aren't feeling it. And you showed some pictures of the protests around the White House earlier. It was a large-scale protest, and the president, he's going to have to touch on this tricky issue of the war in the Middle East, a political liability for him among young people, progressive voters. And the president, he will announce that the U.S. is going to build a port off the coast of Gaza in the sea in order to deliver more much-needed aid into Gaza, Terry.
That's right, Selena, there, the president trying to essentially offer something to those protesters. You said progressives, young people, Arab Americans. He'll need every vote in this election. And thank you, Selena. I know you'll be with us throughout the night. We'll check back in with you as we look ahead to the State of the Union, just less than 30 minutes away now. Let's bring in our Jay O'Brien, who covers Capitol Hill for us, and he's up there in the Capitol. Jay, as you watch this speech, you're watching, obviously, the president, everybody is, but you're also, cover Congress. What are you expecting?
Well, I think there are two elements that you've got to watch for tonight, Terry. One is very unique to Congress, which is, does the president try to build a bridge in a deeply divided Congress that right now is trying to avert a government shutdown? They've got to pass spending bills by the end of the month to do that. It's stalled on aid for Ukraine. It's stalled on immigration reform. Does the president put out an olive branch to Congress, as he did in a way in his last State of the Union? Or does he talk about election year politics and say, which is the truth, that Congress is stalled, that hardline Republicans tanked a bipartisan immigration deal, which we know the president was deeply upset about, and he's been trying to push Republicans to get back to the table and accept that deal. So what is his message to, again, this deeply divided Congress? And then the other thing to watch out for is something that you and I have talked about at length before, which is, how does this message hit voters who may be concerned about the president's age? And I bring that up because I've heard that from Democrats here on Capitol Hill. Democrats acknowledge the president is 81 years old. One Democrat said to me, every American knows someone that is 81 years old. And so some of them may use that as a knock against the president of the United States. So what I've heard from Democrats privately tonight is they are looking for a crisp State of the Union. Some of them are looking for a quick State of the Union, and they want the president to, A, take a victory lap on what they say have been bipartisan policy accomplishments in the past, B, set a vision for the country, and C, quell any of those concerns about his age and his fitness for office.
I mean, that is a tall order, isn't it? We are looking at the door, to the back door, in some ways, to the White House, just outside the South Lawn. We're expecting the president to leave that door very shortly to get into his, the beast, the limousine, the presidential limousine, and head up to the Capitol where you are, Jay. And as we're waiting, the Republican side, the expected response from Katie Britt, Representative Katie Britt. What are you expecting there?
Well, we've already gotten some excerpts of Katie Britt's speech, and she's going to echo what we've largely heard before from Republicans, blaming, for instance, the ongoing situation at the southern border on the president, saying that the president has taken what they view as too progressive policy decisions and set the country off, on Republicans' view, on the wrong track. So in that essence, we've heard that line before from Republicans. The thing to watch in the Katie Britt speech, frankly, is that she's a rising star. junior senator from Alabama, young female conservative. She has been doted on by the party leadership for quite some time. Even when she first came to Congress, again, in this last election, I heard from Republicans early on who said that Katie Britt was a rising star. So the content of that speech is one thing to watch out for, but also the delivery, again, because Republicans view Katie Britt as a new generation of leadership. There's even some scuttlebutt that she might be on the short list for a possible Trump VP pick. Again, that's scuttlebutt, but it's something to watch for in those remarks tonight. The other thing to watch out for when it comes to Republicans is the decorum in that chamber this evening. Speaker Mike Johnson, even when he walked into that chamber, to our Arthur Jones, our producer who covers Congress here with me, told reporters, he reiterated to reporters, I should say, that he wants Republicans to remain respectful. He doesn't want outbursts in the State of the Union like we saw last year from the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene. And so this will be a real-time assessment of what Speaker Johnson's grip on the Republican Party is like. This reiterating from him that he wants decorum out of his conference. Do they follow his heed, or do they try to interrupt the president again?
Yeah, there are some people in that Congress for whom decorum not top of the agenda. But we'll see. We'll see. Jay O'Brien, thanks very much for that. And now let's expand the conversation with our ABC News contributors. Heidi Heitkamp, former Democratic senator from North Dakota, Sarah Isker, a former Trump administration official. Heidi, this is such a crucial speech for President Biden tonight, but can he accomplish what he needs to, especially, you know, that major concern that was so accelerated by the special counsel's report that he is an elderly, sympathetic old man who has poor memory. What are you looking for from the president tonight?
I think the president has to do two things, and I appreciate that this is a speech to Congress. He's not talking to Congress tonight. He's talking to the voters of this country and making his case. You've heard him, you know, they've already got the wrap down on the economy, but there's two things he needs to do. He needs to show up, be alert, be friendly, smile, that beautiful smile that he has, and give people confidence that he can execute the job for more years. And the second thing he needs to do, which I doubt will be satisfying, we know all these policies. You know what we don't know? It's not clear what his policy is on the border. And it's not going to be enough to simply say, work with me, send me this. He's going to have a vision for what he's going to do on the border. And I think that's what people in my part of the country, the middle part of the country, who care deeply about this issue, want to hear. What does he think and what is he going to do about it?
Because that is top of mind for voters, that and the economy. So the president, we hear, will not mention Donald Trump by name, but clearly this is essentially the kickoff to his campaign. Is there a mistake that you want the president to avoid tonight?
Well, I think that obviously we want him to do well physically. We want the speech to be crisp. We want him to give a speech that everybody goes, yeah, that guy's still got it going on and he can lead the country. But I think the second thing that I think is absolutely critical is to be joyful, to not, I mean, the country is in such a sour mood, and it's in a sour mood because they can't get it together in Washington. And if he can rise above that and look like a leader, look like who he is, which is, you know, empathetic and friendly and joyful about the job that he has, I think that goes a long way. I used to say, Terry, that when you watch these speeches or you watch hearings, turn off the sound. Don't listen to what they say, because most people won't remember that, but they will remember how they looked.
And that really is the big challenge for Biden, to look vigorous, to look like there's energy in the executive, to use Alexander Hamilton's phrase. And as you can see on the House floor, some of the bigger names arriving. There you saw a group of Democratic women in white. That is the color for reproductive freedom, pushing the women's rights issue, especially after the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. That has been a winning political issue for Democrats. And Heidi, I guess we'll hear a lot about that from the president tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I've said all along, this is a winning issue for Democrats. Even in the state of Kansas, we won. And so the midterms turned on this issue. All of the races since then, including some state races, have turned on this issue. This is the issue that will really propel Democratic turnout voters among suburban women. And the Alabama Supreme Court, as reprehensible as that decision is, was a huge benefit to the movement to try and solidify support in this country for reproductive rights. And so you'll hear a lot about IVF, you'll hear a lot about families, and you'll hear a lot about stay out of our business because you don't know what you're doing and we do.
A reminder of the stakes in this. Sarah, let me go to you on one of the things that President Biden obviously is going to do is draw a contrast between him, and he won't mention Donald Trump by name, but he'll try to hearken back to a time of what he will describe as chaos and really mismanagement by the former president. What are you expecting to hear from the president? Where are the Republicans vulnerable from what the president might be able to say about his rival?
Well, the biggest vulnerability is for Joe Biden to be able to win back some of those working class voters that have moved over to Donald Trump, as we've seen the two parties really realign in who their core voters are. We've heard from Biden strategists and Democratic operatives saying that the message they really want to focus on is democracy on the ballot. And you've heard pushback from other Democratic strategists saying you've got to land that a lot more in people's kitchen tables because, the folks in Scranton tonight aren't sitting around talking about democracy. They're talking about immigration. They're talking about jobs. And so I'll be watching to see whether the president can move that message from the theoretical to something more concrete that I think people and the former Democratic base voters will really identify with.
And Sarah, there are many members that we expect will be holding up cards saying 153. That's 153 days since October 7th, when the Israel-Hamas war began with Hamas's horrific attack on Israel. This is a hard issue for President Biden, for his base. He's losing support among constituencies that he needs to show up for him in November, and yet he has committed the country, and the majority of the country supports a commitment to support Israel. How do you expect him to walk that line?
This is where the Biden team really has to show some bravery in their beliefs and how politics really works. When we saw that relatively high 13% uncommitted vote in Michigan, for instance, they need to understand that those voters, the ones who vote in primaries, are the most active, the most committed voters, the highest likelihood turnout voters. And when you get to September, October, that's where negative polarization really comes in. And that's the idea that those voters may not be happy with Joe Biden. They may not even like Joe Biden, but they hate Donald Trump more. And so the biggest mistake that I think Joe Biden could make is catering to those most active voters, the ones most likely to vote for him anyway, versus those voters who are trending away from Democrats, not showing up, or moving over to Donald Trump. And we're seeing that with non-college educated white voters, blue collar, working class voters, and interestingly, men of color.
There is a sign that the non-college educated, non-white voter is moving towards the Republicans right now. And I want to go back to Selena at the White House, Selena Wang at the White House, on what's happening there. I understand some of the protesters might even be trying to block Pennsylvania Avenue as we expect the president to leave any minute now.
Yeah, Terry, that's going to be a big question, is how he's going to deal with the protesters that could be there if he's actually interrupted in the middle of his speech. I've been to a lot of these events, and it is difficult when the president gets interrupted over and over again. But I think we need to look out for any possible unscripted moments. We talked about potential hecklers earlier. Last year, remember that viral moment, Marjorie Taylor Greene, other hecklers standing up, calling him a liar, and the president was actually able to turn the tables there and get Republicans to agree not to cut Social Security or Medicare. So the president in those moments, he can really shine, show the American people that he can think off the cuff. He can think on his feet. So that will be a really interesting moment to see if we get anything like that.
He has ad-libbed effectively in the past there, Selena. Selena Wang, we'll come back to you a little bit later. And Heidi Heitkamp and Sarah Isgur, I know you'll be part of our coverage as well. Thanks very much. But now let's turn to ABC's Elizabeth Schulze, who's covering all this for us tonight. Elizabeth, the First Lady's guests tonight, always in the First Lady's box, a statement being made by the president. There's an Alabama woman whose IVF treatment was halted after that state's Supreme Court, as Heidi was just talking about, that ruling that frozen embryos our children. And there's a Texas mother who fought a high-profile legal battle after being denied an abortion to end a high-risk pregnancy that she was having. These are issues you've been covering extensively. What can we expect to hear from the president about this in tonight's address?
Well, and you know, Terry, in highlighting those personal stories, it gets back to what you and Heidi were just talking about, the importance of this issue to voters and how deeply personal it is for so many voters. This Alabama story really did resonate not just in the state, but across the country, because the fact is a lot of people rely on IVF. So when they saw that that was under threat, they did become more involved politically than they might have been. And I have been speaking with people who got on the ground, went to the State House in Alabama to protest what they saw happening there. And they said this motivated them politically in a way that they didn't expect to be. A lot of these people are not outspoken on one way or the other, but they said that this became an issue that was so personal to them that they had to get involved. And that's something that the president is trying to really get that momentum to seize upon. You know, we know that the president in his speech is expected to draw this sharp contrast with what Republicans are pushing when it comes to reproductive rights, when it comes to putting more restrictions on not just abortion, but broader reproductive rights, that extending into IVF. Terry.
All right, Elizabeth, get back to you for just a second. We are on the left hand of our screen. We're looking at the door just under the south portico of the White House leading out to the South Lawn, where the president's motorcade will be departing from. We just saw staff come out. That's usually a good sign that the president's not far behind. When you see the Secret Service then flank the door, you know the president is, in fact, right there. And there, more staff, certainly looks like. But things are moving there at the White House as the president prepares to deliver this, perhaps one of the most important speeches. There he is. There's the First Lady and the President of the United States. Fist pump. Selena, there they are.
Yeah, you see him. He's going over into the motorcade. In just a few minutes, he'll be over in Capitol Hill and in Congress. And delivering that speech in that chamber, that is a venue he's very comfortable with. And that could really work to his advantage. But again, he's speaking to a deeply divided Congress. And he could also use this opportunity, of course, to appeal to the American people, but also, again, to urge Congress on a number of issues where he needs their support. Ukraine aid is going to be one of those areas. You have the Prime Minister of Sweden, who's going to be one of the White House guests. They just joined NATO. Sweden did. He's probably going to use it as an opportunity to reaffirm why that alliance is so important and to underline why America needs to continue to support Ukraine. And then there's also the issue of the border. He's probably going to blame again Republicans under the pressure of Donald Trump for tanking that bipartisan border security deal, which had some of the toughest border security measures in decades. But I think earlier, Sarah Isgur, she brought up a really interesting point, which is how is the president going to take these very lofty ideals like defending democracy and freedoms and bring it back to the kitchen table and hit home with Americans at home who want to hear about inflation, want to hear about the economy. And we know the president, he's going to be talking about trying to hold big corporations accountable, increasing taxes on big corporations. The president, though, he really needs to focus on setting a vision for what's going to be in the future and not focusing all the speech on what's already happened, what he's already achieved, Terry.
And there he goes, a little wave as he left, and that is his agenda. And it's an ambitious one, no question, Selena, but he also has, as we've all been saying, to demonstrate for the American people that energy, that vigor, that in control. And one of the things we saw as he walked out, which is one of the changes from 2020, time marches on for all of us, excuse me, the president's gait is somewhat different. This is something his doctors have in fact noted that he's had some issues with his feet and he walks a little more stiffly, as we all do as we get older. But that is something that you just can't really avoid. And he will be judged more on what he has to say. But I want to actually go right now to Elizabeth Schulze on what we are seeing. There is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Jamie Raskin, Democratic representatives. But I want to ask about the women in white. People will be seeing the women in white, Democratic representatives in white. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, Terry, this is the House Democratic Women's Caucus. They're wearing white today to fight for reproductive freedom. And you can see it when you're looking at those pictures, just how much that stands out. And clearly, this is a message to show that this is a priority for the Democratic Party. They know that this is an issue that galvanized voters in the midterm elections on ballot measures that have put abortion on the ballot. Democrats have come out on top. So this is something that they are running on as they look ahead to November, but also that this is such a key platform when they're looking at the agenda in Congress. There is a push from Democrats to try to restore protections that were in place before the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe. Those haven't gone anywhere, Terry. We've seen that that's been blocked at this point. An effort last week to protect IVF nationally was also thwarted by Republicans. So this is a clearly visual reminder to people who are watching at home that this is top of mind for a lot of those women in the Democratic Party, Terry.
All right. Thank you very much, Elizabeth Schulze and Selena Wang. I know we'll be back to both of you as we continue our coverage. For some more analysis, we turn now to former Assistant Secretary of Public Affairs Marsha Espinoza and Barbara Comstock, a former Republican Congresswoman. So the president is set to address this wide range of issues. Marsha, what in your eyes is the single biggest issue he's going to discuss before the American people?
There's so much to discuss in this very long speech, but I think that he will definitely hit on the economy and women's reproductive freedoms. Those are two things that we keep seeing over and over again, you know, reminding voters about job creation, the strongest economy that we face right now, lowering prescription drugs and energy cost, all of those things. You know, the State of the Union is a story, and Joe Biden is a great storyteller and has a very good story to tell this year. So we'll see a little bit of that and maybe a little bit of Scranton Joe if he goes off script tonight.
All right, and you were in the Department of Homeland Security and the southern border. This is one that the administration, by most even neutral assessments, has stumbled on. Came out of the gate trying to undo the policies of his predecessor, Donald Trump, which Joe Biden felt were inconsistent with American values and not effective, and yet. And now I was just listening to the Speaker of the House there. And now it really is a crisis. So what are your thoughts on how he can address that and get some confidence from the American public on this issue?
I think he'll definitely address everything that he has done so far and stand there and call on Congress to actually do something, because we can all agree the immigration system is completely broken. They brokered a bipartisan deal that would solve a lot of this, and Congress has refused to act on it. So it will be interesting to see him call, you know, especially with Speaker Mike Johnson standing right behind him, to call on Republicans to come to the table and actually do something about the border rather than just talk about it and make it a campaign issue. It's there, it's on their plates. It's one of the biggest deals that we have ever seen in immigration history that hasn't been touched in since World War II. So it's desperately needed. Everyone knows that. The president cannot fix it alone with executive action and Band-Aids. What we really need is a long-lasting solution, and only Congress can do that.
No question. It's a national problem that requires the national legislature that's gathering there in that chamber to come up with a solution. And unfortunately, on most big issues, it's broken. If I could go to Barbara Comstock, we're just looking at the Speaker of the House there, Speaker Johnson, and the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris there. So Mike Johnson has told the Republican caucus to behave, essentially. No demonstrations, no, as Marjorie Taylor Greene, Congresswoman from Georgia, did last time, stand up in the back and scream liar at the president. You think that's going to work?
Well, that's going to be a tall order when you have some of the characters you have in there. But I think President Biden has a great opportunity to, maybe take a page out of some of the things that Nikki Haley was talking about. I mean, he made a gracious statement towards her when she bowed out this week, and talk about, let's make America normal again. And he can, on immigration, he can talk about there was a great bipartisan deal. He should, maybe call out James Lankford and maybe point out that Tom Suozzi just came into Congress talking about he wants to work on that bipartisan deal. Maybe get everyone on their feet saying, we need to do that bipartisan border deal, and let's put it together with support for Ukraine and support for Israel. We need to have this bipartisan work, and they did it in the Senate. You need to take that bill up in the House. Tom Suozzi, won running on that. Let's get everyone back in the room and let's get that done. He could name check a lot of, good people who've been trying to get this bipartisan work done, because people want them to work together again. And that he can, make it about us and make it about making things work again instead of, the divisiveness that everyone is sick of.
Everyone is saying, they keep saying they want to work together again. They want the system to work, but they're the voters. They're in charge. They elect these guys. Marsha Espinosa, Barbara Comstock, thanks very much for that. Let's bring in our Selena Wang and Jay O'Brien again. Selena, talk to me a little bit about the stakes, the high stakes for Joe Biden tonight. What's at stake for him?
I mean, Terry, they really couldn't be higher. This could be the biggest audience he gets before the general election in November. And Joe Biden, he needs here, the president, he's really got to prove to the American people that he's got a vision for the next 4 years, that he's not too old to do this job. And I just want to note that as he was leaving the White House today, he did say feeling good, and he pumped his fist. And this speech, it has been meticulously poured over. Sources have told me that the president has been deeply involved, editing things up to the last minute, pouring over every word. But again, he needs to show that style as well, including the substance, that energy, that vitality, Terry. And that's why the stakes are also so high, because he's also going to need to appeal to voters here. And how is he going to try and reach out to those who voted for Nikki Haley, bring some independents and moderates to the fold? This is a critical moment, and he can do a lot here. But if he makes a mistake, Terry, we know that will be dissected, that will be played over and over again. He needs to avoid that.
Absolutely. No question he is under the microscope. Jay, you cover Congress for us, and this is really President Biden's home turf, like no other president before him. He spent 36 years in the Senate as a senator, and then another 4 as vice president presiding over the Senate. And so he's comfortable up there. And these are his peers that he's speaking to, his former peers, in a sense. What are they looking for and from him? And how do you expect that dynamic to play out tonight?
Well, he's got a lot of friends in that room, Terry. Don't forget Mitch McConnell, the Senate Minority Leader, who is now will not be the leader come November, he has said. And I think the president's cabinet is on its way in as we speak here. He's got some friends on the Democratic side of the aisle, Chuck Schumer. So as we were discussing earlier, the jury's still out on whether or not he extends this olive branch to Congress, tries to eke out more bipartisan legislation in the last few months before the election, or gives an election year speech. Certainly, I can tell you the lawmakers I've talked to in both chambers are very much expecting the latter as the Supreme Court comes in there. The other thing I think is worth noting, to Selena's point, is this is the first speech of what is, in a sense, the general election, right? Nikki Haley has dropped out. Donald Trump had a big night on Super Tuesday. Dean Phillips, who was Biden's only primary challenger, has also dropped out. He was never expected to really make a big bid to unseat the president as the Democratic nominee, but neither of these guys have primary opponents now. We are in the general election, and the timing Mike Johnson gave for this speech, it's up to the speaker when the State of the Union happens, was after Super Tuesday, the first speech now of the general election.
Absolutely. They're from the rostrum in Congress. Jay O'Brien, Selena Wang, thanks very much. You do see the members of the Supreme Court, 5 of them anyway. 4 didn't show it. It has been an up and down record of attendance by Supreme Court justices. There has been some controversy around it in the past when Barack Obama addressed them directly. But really the event, the main event, in his many long decades in politics, Joe Biden has never given a more important speech. His ratings are stuck in the low 40s and high 30s. The country doesn't seem to have confidence. He is behind his Republican rival. No Democrat has been trailing at this point in the polls since 2004. And so he has his work cut out for him. As I say, this is his home turf. He is comfortable there in the chamber of the House of Representatives. He is looking out at people that he knows, people that he trusts, and he wants to summon the country to his cause. We're going to toss it now to World News Tonight anchor David Muir, our own Linsey Davis, and the team for the special coverage of the State of the Union address. Stay tuned.
Tonight, President Biden's State of the Union address, his message to America and to the world. The stakes could not be higher. ABC News live coverage begins right now.
This is an ABC News special, the State of the Union.
At the end of the day, we know who we work for. The objective is to get things done.
Tonight, how will President Biden address the key issues facing our nation? The battle over the border.
It's real simple. It's time to act. It's long past time to act.
The economy and jobs.
Nearly 15 million new jobs since I came to office.
But why are so many Americans not feeling it? The wars overseas, Israel and Gaza, Ukraine and Russia. And here at home, the deep divisions. How to bring this country together with the country now facing a Biden-Trump rematch.
We must be clear. Democracy is on the ballot. Your freedom is on the ballot.
Moments from now, before a joint session of Congress, the American people and the world, the president delivers his State of the Union.
I am never been more optimistic in my life about the prospects, what we can do if we just work together. There's nothing beyond our capacity.
Now reporting, David Muir.
Good evening from the nation's capital tonight. President Biden is just moments away from delivering his State of the Union address to the American people and, of course, to the world. He comes before the country tonight at a high-stakes moment in his presidency. Questions about his age, his rematch against Donald Trump now underway, with Trump sent to clinch the Republican nomination after a near sweep on Super Tuesday this week. The national polling showing this is already a very close race, with Donald Trump in the lead. We have our powerhouse political team right here with me tonight, and as you can see, the chamber already filling with lawmakers, the president's cabinet, members of the Supreme Court just moments ago coming in to the chamber. We saw Chief Justice John Roberts, Justice Sotomayor, Kagan, Justice Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, retired Justice Kennedy also there, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson also in attendance there tonight. And they're playing a role, as you know, in this presidential election, whether they would like to or not. Just this week, we saw them make that decision involving Donald Trump to keep him on the ballot across this country, saying Colorado could not take him off the ballot. They'll then take up another issue in the coming weeks about presidential immunity when it comes to one of the federal trials involving Donald Trump. You can see George Santos is actually there in the chamber as well. We'll get to why he's there coming up here in our coverage. Of course, he was expelled by the House, so the question you might be asking at home is, what is he doing there? So we'll ask our team right here. We're expecting the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, any moment. Of course, the First Ladies in these speeches always play an outsized role with the guests they invite for the President's State of the Union. The President tonight will be standing before a deeply divided Congress, speaking to a deeply divided nation, and at the same time well aware that this is also kickstarting his re-election campaign. His every move tonight, his every word, his energy will be closely studied amid questions about his age and whether voters will give him a second term. The president's message tonight will focus on immigration, the southern border, abortion rights, the economy, millions of new jobs, wage growth, the stock market reaching new highs. But the president, this White House, well aware many Americans are still not feeling this. Rachel Scott is in the House chamber tonight. Rachel, what is the mood? And we understand that the Speaker of the House, who, by the way, will be the third speaker to stand behind President Biden for a State of the Union, has asked the House chamber, asked his colleagues to be respectful.
Exactly, David. This is going to be a high-stakes address for the president. And look, you mentioned it. When President Biden enters this chamber tonight, he will be passing through what he knows is a deeply divided Congress, split on everything from immigration to funding for Ukraine. Inside of the chamber right now is a sea of white. Democrats wearing that color to show support for reproductive rights and abortion rights, an issue we know the president will be putting front and center in his address tonight. Now, some members are also wearing tags with the number 153 on it. A member telling us that's the number of days since Israel was attacked by Hamas. Those tags are to show support for the Israeli hostages. And of course, you mentioned it, David, right behind the president tonight, a different and new Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. He has been urging his Republican members to be respectful and civil tonight, saying decorum is the order of the day. We caught up with him on his way into the chamber. He told us that everyone will be on their best behavior, but David, we will have to see whether or not that actually happens.
Speaker Johnson holding an off-the-record meeting with reporters and anchors here in Washington today. We can't get into the details. We appreciate the fact that they invite us in on the days of these big speeches, the president as well. But one thing Speaker Johnson did not mind us sharing, John, is his concern that this remain respectful tonight, hoping to uphold the great traditions of these State of the Unions.
He wants civility in the chamber. He wants decorum in the chamber. He has sent that message out. And some of his members have received it skeptically. I mean, remember how raucous it was last year.
And in fact, Marjorie Taylor Greene, when pressed on this today, said, well, we'll just wait and see what the president has to say. So we'll be watching that. You saw the image of George Santos there moments ago. I want to bring Rachel Scott back in because, Rachel, the obvious question for people watching at home is, What is he doing there?
Exactly. Many Americans may be remembering that Congressman George Santos was expelled from the House. He's facing 23 counts, accused of everything from credit card fraud to identity theft, lying to federal officials. He was expelled by his own fellow members who called him a disgrace. Well, he decided to show back up today. As a reminder here, former members do have privileges to be on the House floor, and Santos has kept his floor privileges despite being expelled. So he is allowed to be inside of the chamber tonight. I am spotting him right now. He is standing in the back here. He's not seated down with his former colleagues at all. He's standing in the back by congressional aides where Senate pages are standing right now. But he is inside of the chamber for this State of the Union address tonight, David.
So bottom line, you're welcome to the chamber even if you're expelled.
You are welcomed into the chamber even if you are expelled. The House rules actually say nothing about that at all. You are not allowed back in the chamber if you've been convicted of a crime or if you are a lobbyist. But the bottom line, even as a former member of the House that has been expelled by his colleagues, he is allowed to be here for the State of the Union address tonight, David.
Extraordinary. It's 2024 in America. You saw that shot there of Senator Bernie Sanders there moments ago, just one of the many voices offering advice, counsel to the White House, to President Biden, the Biden campaign. Mary, the president just moments ago saying he's feeling good as he headed to the Capitol from the White House. Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent. It's really hard to underscore just how significant this night will be for President Biden.
This is a huge and massively critical and pivotal moment for this president. He knows it, the White House knows it, the campaign certainly knows it. Look, he is down in the polls to Donald Trump. He is facing these persistent concerns about his age. He certainly knows well that everyone is paying attention tonight, not just to what he is saying, but to how he is saying it. His challenge here is now to take advantage of this massive audience, perhaps the largest he'll have all year, to try and change the public perception. He has to sell skeptical voters on his accomplishments and also show the American people that he is up for another 4 years. I mean, bottom line, he has to bring it in this speech. Now, the campaign feels that at this point in the campaign, that the American people aren't truly dialed into the race, that they haven't fully registered yet that we're heading for this Biden-Trump rematch. They know these men, but the Biden team feels the American people are suffering from what they call Trump amnesia. This is the president's chance to change some of that. I'm told he won't call out Donald Trump by name, but it will be very clear who he is talking about as he lays out their very different visions for the future of this country, David.
So, Mary, not expected to draw on Donald Trump's name during this speech, but very likely to draw on contrasts between these two men as he moves through the night. And it's my understanding he wants to do it while at the same time respecting the chamber.
He has to strike the right tone here. First of all, remember, this is a format which Joe Biden is very comfortable. He relished his time in the Senate and in Congress. He feels very comfortable in this environment, and he certainly respects Congress. And he also wants to strike a respectful tone, even as he is going to pressure Republicans to call them out on certain issues, especially on things like immigration. He also, of course, is doing this at a time that he's trying to court Republican voters to come to his side.
Second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, entering the chamber. The Vice President, Kamala Harris, up there. She'll stand behind the president, as she always does, but along with a new speaker this time, Speaker Mike Johnson. Of course, it was Kevin McCarthy a year ago. It was House Speaker Nancy Pelosi for the first address to a joint session of Congress. There, he's likely waving to his wife at the podium, or perhaps Mike Johnson as well. They're both up there together. Martha Raddatz, this is also a House chamber that hasn't always been welcoming. We had that moment last year with Marjorie Taylor Greene. And in particular, the Republicans in the House have really halted a couple of key things that the president has tried to accomplish just in recent weeks. Aid to Ukraine looms large. They have halted that, saying you must act on the border first. Then the president encouraged Senate Republicans and Democrats to get that bill in front of them. They prepared a bipartisan border bill, very heavy security. He said he was ready to sign it, and then the House torpedoed it.
They torpedoed it because Donald Trump wanted it torpedoed. He wants this to be an election issue. He believes this is his issue and that he can dominate on that issue. And we talk about decorum. Obviously, we see the First Lady coming in there now, David.
Entering the chamber here tonight, Jill Biden, who has taken a more significant role just in recent days, Mary Bruce, in this campaign, a signal that she's going to be out there fighting for her husband, too.
She absolutely will. She is, of course, his closest, most critical advisor, someone who's behind his race, again, 100%, and his most important and top surrogate. She is going to be out on the campaign trail heavily, I suspect, in the coming months, David.
Here's the gavel here. Speaker Mike Johnson, his first time in this role. Let's listen.
The President's Cabinet.
The President's Cabinet now entering the room. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Martha, just to bring you back into this conversation, of course, Secretary Blinken on the world stage and has been for many months now, not only with Israel and Gaza, but with Ukraine as well. And again, a lot of questions, even from within their own party, about the humanitarian crisis inside Gaza. And the president is expected to make major news tonight on Gaza.
Exactly, and what they want to do is set up a floating dock, a floating pier, so the U.S. can help get aid into Gaza from ships to deliver this very, very critical aid. People are starving to death in Gaza. You saw Secretary Blinken there. He has been so busy. He has been over to the region so many times. We also saw Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin there. We know he had some health problems. He did not tell the president he was in an ICU unit. He has made up for that. He has apologized for that. But they have both been very busy with Gaza, with Ukraine. And as you said, that aid to Ukraine has been blocked. The border bill blocked. We talk about decorum, but the president walks in there with his own red wall of resistance. And this really is, the Republicans are fully aware this is a huge event for President Biden. This is almost the beginning of the campaign for him. So whether they maintain that decorum or not, we'll have to see.
And the question is, how will it be received, any kind of behavior in this room? The American people often judge this with very different eyes. They're not inside the Beltway here in Washington. They're watching from home. They know this is a deeply divided country. And as we all have heard so often on the trail, a lot of people say, you know, we have a lot more in common than we have that separates us. And often we don't see that in our own lawmakers. So we'll keep that in mind as we move forward and watch this night. Linsey Davis also with us here at the desk. We're expecting to hear the House Sergeant at Arms any moment, Linsey, introduce the president. One of the things I know you've been looking into are the independents, the moderate voters, some of the Nikki Haley supporters just this week who seem to give an indication that they're not necessarily going to vote for the Republican nominee automatically.
Independent voters, as you well know, David, determine the outcome of elections. We've seen it time and time again. In 2020, Joe Biden was able to win those independent voters over in 6 battleground states. The prior election, 2016, Donald Trump was able to win over independent voters in 6 of the battleground states. In particular tonight, I'm interested in those free agent Nikki Haley voters. And is he going to be able to win them over, perhaps persuade them? Because as you were referencing on Tuesday, we saw that 51% of them said that they actually approve of Joe Biden. 76% said that they oppose abortion bans. And so they are going to be listening very critically, I would imagine, to what he has to say. And by many stretches of imagination, this is an opening statement for them.
No question about it, Linsey. And you saw Alejandro Mayorkas, Homeland Security Secretary, there moments ago, also in the chamber. And on immigration, a key issue tonight, Republicans, as we have reported here, spent months imploring President Biden to do something on the southern border. Then, of course, as we mentioned with Martha, the bipartisan border security bill, Republicans and Democrats, the president saying, get it to my desk, I will sign it. Only to have House Republicans there in the chamber tonight who halted that bill at Donald Trump's urging. And as Martha points out, that's likely because Donald Trump would like to keep immigration as an issue that is front and center come November. Tonight, Mary Bruce, President Biden will likely not shy away from immigration. It seems he recognizes there's an opportunity for him in this moment, too, because he had an historic offer in front of him, bipartisan Republicans and Democrats in the Senate saying, we are finally ready to work together on this.
And the kind of reforms that Republicans had been demanding for months, but then in stepped Donald Trump, urging Republicans not to take the deal. And of course, we know it has gone nowhere since then. It is interesting, of course, this comes just a week after Donald Trump and Joe Biden were both down at the border together, those dueling visits. President Biden again trying to up the pressure on Republicans to finally act on this issue. Of course, also trying to shift the blame to Republicans and Trump. And he did have that remarkable invitation asking Donald Trump to join him in this. I suspect tonight you will hear him again urge Congress to put politics aside to get this border deal done.
The Attorney General Merrick Garland there as well, who has also been a key figure in this administration. Under fire from some, given the investigations into Donald Trump, but has made the case that he has done this in an independent fashion. He has stayed far from the special counsels in all of these cases that are hard to track for people at home, I'm sure. He's there in the chamber as well. As you heard Rachel Scott point out, a number of white suits in the chamber tonight. Many of the Democratic lawmakers are wearing them, a signal on reproductive rights. The president putting the blame on Donald Trump in recent days for appointing the justices to the Supreme Court who overturned Roe. And what the president says are the ripple effects already being seen across the country. Of course, the debate in Alabama in recent days, that state's highest court determining that frozen embryos are in fact people. Clinics and hospitals in Alabama almost immediately halting IVF fertility treatments, the procedures right when women and their husbands and families were in the middle of this process. And there has been a move across this country almost immediately, not only in Alabama, but moving forward in several other states to protect women from this discomfort moving forward. And also in that chamber tonight, Rachel Scott, you spoke with a young woman, a mother and wife in Texas, who became the center of a major national story when doctors determined, and let's listen here at the door. We'll get back to you in a moment.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
There you have the moment. Bill McFarland, House Sergeant at Arms, introducing President Biden with his State of the Union address. The Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer behind him, escorting him down that center aisle as he shakes hands with members of both parties, I should say. And John Carl, we've watched so many of these, but as Mary Bruce mentioned here earlier, this is the kind of moment that fuels this particular president.
This is always a big moment, a big television audience, all the pomp and circumstance. But the truth is, State of the Union addresses are often little noted and long remembered. They don't have a lasting impact. This one, David, tonight, it really feels different. He has a chance to prove to a skeptical country that he has what it takes, that he has the physical fitness, the mental fitness to go head-to-head in a very brutal, long campaign with Donald Trump and to serve another 4, really 5 years as president. So this feels like an incredibly consequential moment, especially also because of how late it is. It's March 7th. It's just after Super Tuesday. Rarely do you see, ever in my lifetime, you see in a State of the Union address that actually doubles as effectively the kickoff for a presidential campaign.
And you know, you mentioned a skeptical audience, John, and I know that you mean that in terms of not only President Biden, but many in this country who are skeptical of Donald Trump as well. And we've seen it in the polling. Americans across the country who say, we don't want either one of these men running for president. We want other choices. And yet this is where the country is right now, which makes the stakes even higher tonight for him to try to convince some of those moderate independent voters that Linsey was talking about, who he brought over before. The question is, would he be able to do it again?
I mean, you have upwards of 70% of the American public saying that they don't want the rematch that they are about to have. They don't want to see Biden-Trump yet again.
Marjorie Taylor Greene there wearing her Make America Great hat and holding up the pin. We had an idea that Republicans in the House chamber, John, would have pins tonight.
Yep, wearing pins, highlighting what they're calling Biden's failed policy at the border. Look, state of, the decorum issue, so much has changed. I mean, I've been in the chamber for about a dozen of these things, and I fully remember when Barack Obama had a big joint session speech on health care, and one single member yelled out, "You lie," and it was this scandal. How could somebody, and now it's every member is using this as an opportunity to make a moment for themselves.
You know, it sent shockwaves back then, and it should have. You know, that was
it was quite a moment. It was a single member.
Yeah, and unfortunately now it's become a little more of the norm than not. Marjorie Taylor Greene talking with the president right now. Somebody there tapping the president on the shoulder, Martha Raddatz, and saying, keep moving.
Keep moving, but he certainly wasn't letting Marjorie Taylor Greene bother him. I think you talk about decorum. I think wearing a Make America Great hat is putting decorum aside right away. But in so many ways, and we talk about this is not only the State of the Union, this is the state of Joe Biden, because that's what everybody's going to be looking at tonight. How does Joe Biden handle this? Is he vigorous? Does he have the mental acuity that everybody's looking for? Last year, as we sat here, he gave a very powerful speech, got good marks for that. But again, this is a very different speech at a very different moment when voters are really, really looking at the president, both Democrats and Republicans.
Look at this. This is a patient president at this point, too. He's taking a number of selfies on his way down the center aisle.
This is classic Joe Biden, by the way. Most presidents, yes, they take their time walking through the chamber. They shake some hands. He's having full-on conversations. He's snapping selfies. I bet if he could, he would place calls to their mother and father. I mean, and he's chatting with everyone along the way.
We should mention Joe Manchin not running for re-election. Had been talk of perhaps a run with no labels or a third-party run of some sort. Joe Manchin letting the public know in just recent days that he would not be running for president. He said it was just too dangerous, actually, to run as a third-party candidate or independent candidate, John. He said the stakes were too high.
Stakes were too high, and Democrats firmly believe that a third-party candidacy re-elects or elects once again Donald Trump. You know, looking at Biden here, you've got to consider, I haven't been able to go back and count each and every one, but I believe this may be his 50th State of the Union address that he's been in the chamber
And he would be proud of that, by the way. Senator Coons there,
turf.
Senator Coons, Senator Gillibrand, Republicans and Democrats welcoming here to the center aisle. And we always like to see that. Rachel Scott, you're in the chamber. So far, so good.
So far, so good, David. So far. And look here, the coveted seats here are along the aisles. That's where you're seeing members sort of rush to the aisles to try and greet the President of the United States. Notable on the Republican side, you saw some of the most conservative, right-wing members of the House. Congressman Matt Gaetz, Congressman Tim Burchett, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene trying to get the president's attention, to shake his hand, possibly deliver a message that they want the president to share tonight. You're hearing these chants now of 4 more years from Democrats tonight, a very stark reminder at what the president is heading into this critical election year, what is at stake. This is very much also about making an appeal to the American people in a very critical election year where he will be likely facing off against former President Donald Trump, David.
Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson there, greeting the Chief Justice John Roberts as well with President Biden. Of course, they have a major decision, Justice Kagan there as well, a major decision looming here. In the next couple of weeks, they'll begin hearing arguments in Donald Trump's federal January 6th case, the election interference case, and whether or not he has absolute immunity. Judge Gorsuch, Judge Kavanaugh, both with smiles on their faces, greeting the president as we would expect. But it's always nice to see in these deeply polarized moments in our country when so far things play out the way they're supposed to. There you see the former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and we'll stick with the president here, but we did see Nancy Pelosi talking with Mitch McConnell just before we came on the air tonight. Sort of a signal there, John Carl, of a changing guard. Nancy Pelosi obviously out of the speakership for a time now, and Mitch McConnell revealing that he will step down as leader. I mean, what a changing of a guard, seeing the two of them, really two of the most powerful figures in Congress over the last half century. McConnell and Pelosi both making their marks in huge ways. Pelosi with health care and with all that President Biden got through Congress in his first 2 years. Mitch McConnell, the longest Senate leader in history, 17 years. And it was nice to see McConnell and Pelosi engaged with one another, you know, in heavy discussion. Yeah, and they did. And by the way, they were together on January 6th as the Capitol was attacked, and they were evacuated, working to get Congress back in session and restart the certification of the presidential election that Trump supporters were trying to stop. Not a surprise here, Mary Bruce, that the president is taking his time. He even joked with reporters off the record today that, you know, my own staff knows I feel very much at home up on the Hill.
And that shows here tonight, absolutely. And they think that that is something that will also play to his strengths here as he does deliver what is expected to be a very, very important speech.
Let's listen as Speaker Mike Johnson plays his role. Handing the Speaker a speech, handing the Vice President the State of the Union address as well.
you. Look at the drill. Good evening. Good evening. If I were smart, I'd go home now. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans, in January 1941, Franklin Roosevelt came to this chamber to speak to the nation, and he said, "I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march. War was raging in Europe. President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time. Freedom and democracy were under assault in the world. Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. And yes, my purpose tonight is to wake up the Congress and alert the American people that this is no ordinary moment either. Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today. What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time. Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not. But Ukraine can stop Putin. Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons that needs to defend itself. That is all. That is all Ukraine is asking. They're not asking for American soldiers. In fact, there are no American soldiers at war in Ukraine, and I'm determined to keep it that way. But now, assistance to Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. It wasn't long ago when a Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." Now, my predecessor, a former Republican president, tells Putin, quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." That's a quote. A former president actually said that, bowing down to a Russian leader. I think it's outrageous, it's dangerous, and it's unacceptable. America is a founding member of NATO, the military alliance of democratic nations created after World War II to prevent war and keep the peace. And today, we've made NATO stronger than ever. We welcomed Finland to the alliance last year. And just this morning, Sweden officially joined, and their minister is here tonight. Can they stand up? Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And they know how to fight. Mr. Prime Minister, welcome to NATO, the strongest military alliance the world has ever seen. I say this to Congress, we have to stand up to Putin. Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is watching. If the United States walks away, It will put Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away. We will not bow down. I will not bow down. In a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching. Just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th, when insurrectionists stormed this very Capitol and placed a dagger to the throat of American democracy. Many of you are here on that darkest of days. We all saw with our own eyes the insurrectionists were not patriots. They'd come to stop the peaceful transfer of power, to overturn the will of the people. January 6th lies about the 2020 election and the plots to steal the election posed a gravest threat to U.S. democracy since the Civil War. But they failed. America stood. America stood strong, and democracy prevailed. We must be honest. The threat to democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about January 6th. I will not do that. This is the moment to speak the truth and to bury the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win. As I've done ever since being elected to office, I ask all of you, without regard to party, to join together and defend democracy. Remember your oath of office of defending against all threats, foreign and domestic. Respect free and fair elections. Restore trust in our institutions. And make clear political violence has absolutely no place in America, zero place. Again, it's not hyperbole to suggest history is watching. We're watching. Your children and grandchildren will read about this day and what we do. History is watching another assault on freedom. Joining us tonight is LaToya Beasley, a social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child. But the Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family had got through should never have happened. Unless Congress acts, it could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer. Guarantee the right to IVF. Guarantee it nationwide. Like most Americans, I believe Roe v. Wade got it right. I thank Vice President Harris for being an incredible leader, defending reproductive freedom, and so much more. Thank you. My predecessor came to office determined to see Roe v. Wade overturned. He's the reason it was overturned, and he brags about it. Look at the chaos that has resulted. Joining us tonight is Kate Cox, a wife and mother from Dallas. She's become pregnant again and had a fetus of a fatal condition. Her doctor told Kate that her own life and her ability to have children in the future were at risk if she didn't act. Because Texas law banned her ability to act, Kate and her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed. What her family got through should have never happened as well, but it's happening in too many others. There are state laws banning the freedom to choose, criminalizing doctors, forcing survivors of rape and incest to leave their states to get the treatment they need. Many of you in this chamber and my predecessor are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. My God, what freedom else would you take away? Look, it's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court majority wrote the following, and with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you're right about that. Clearly. Those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women. But they found out when reproductive freedom was on the ballot. We won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024. If you, the American people, send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again. Folks, America cannot go back. I'm here tonight to show what I believe is the way forward, because I know how far we come. 4 years ago next week, before I came to office, the country was hit by the worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in a century. Remember the fear, record losses. Remember the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus that took more than 1 million American lives, of loved ones, millions left behind. A mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness. A president, my predecessor, failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care. I think that's unforgivable. I came to office determined to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history. We have. It doesn't make news in 1,000 cities and towns. The American people are writing the greatest comeback story never told. So let's tell the story here. Tell it here and now. America's comeback is building the future of American possibilities, building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down, investing in all America, in all Americans, to make sure everyone has a fair shot, and we leave no one behind. The pandemic no longer controls our lives. The vaccine that saved us from COVID are now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback. That's what America does. That's what America does. Folks, my inherited economy is on the brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just 3 years, a record, a record. Unemployment at 50-year lows. A record 16 million Americans are starting small businesses, and each one is a literal act of hope. With historic job growth and small business growth for Black and Hispanics and Asian Americans, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America and counting. Where is it written we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world? We are, we will. More people have health insurance today. More people have health insurance today than ever before. The racial wealth gap is as small as it's been in 20 years. Wages keep going up. Inflation keeps coming down. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world, and tending lower. The landing is and will be soft. And now, instead of importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs right here in America, where they belong. And it takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 1930s. Past administrations, including my predecessor, including some Democrats as well in the past, failed to buy American. Not anymore. On my watch, federal projects that you fund, like helping build American roads, bridges, and highways, will be made with American products and built by American workers. Creating good-paying American jobs. And thanks to our CHIPS and Science Act, the United States is investing more in research and development than ever before. During the pandemic, a shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles. And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America. Well, instead of having to import them, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America, creating tens of thousands of jobs. Many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree. In fact, my policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investment in clean energy, advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America. And thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. And by the way, I noticed some of you strongly voted against it, or they're cheering on that money coming in. I like it. I'm with you. I'm with you. And if any of you don't want that money in your district, just let me know. Modernizing our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit systems. Removing poisonous lead pipes so every child can drink clean water without risk of brain damage. Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where you live, urban, suburban, or rural communities, in red states and blue states. Record investments in tribal communities. Because of my investment in a family farm, because my investment in family farms led by my Secretary of Agriculture, who knows more about this than anybody I know, we're better able to stay in the family for those farms and their children and grandchildren won't have to leave home to make a living. It's transformative. The great comeback story is Belvedere, Illinois, home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down. Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods. Hope was fading. Then I was elected to office, and we raised the Belvedere repeatedly with auto companies, knowing unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, auto factories reopening, a new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars there at the same. The folks of Belvedere, I say, instead of your town being left behind, your community is moving forward again. Because instead of watching auto jobs of the future go overseas, 4,000 union jobs with higher wages are building the future in Belvedere right here in America. Here tonight is UAW President Shawn Fain, a great friend and a great labor leader. Shawn, where are you? Stand up. And Dawn Sims, a third-generation worker, UAW worker at Belvedere. Sean, I was proud to be the first president to stand on the picket line, and today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well. Showing once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class. I say to the American people, when America gets knocked down, we get back up. We keep going. That's America. That's you, the American people. It's because of you America's coming back. It's because of you our future is brighter. It's because of you that tonight we can proudly say the state of our union is strong and getting stronger. Tonight, I want to talk about the future of possibilities that we can build together. A future where the days of trickle-down economics are over, and the wealthy and the biggest corporations no longer get all the tax breaks. And by the way, I understand corporations. I come from a state that has more corporations invested than every one of your states in the state of the United States combined. And I represented it for 36 years. I'm not anti-corporation, but I grew up in a home where trickle-down economics didn't put much on my dad's kitchen table. That's why I determined to turn things around so middle class does well. When they do well, the poor go way up and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. And there's more to do to make sure you're feeling the benefits of all we're doing. Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world. It's wrong, and I'm ending it. With a law that I proposed and signed, not one of you Republican buddies voted for it, we finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 a month or thereabouts for insulin with diabetes, and it only costs $10 to make, they only get paid $35 a month now and still make a healthy profit. And I want to, but what to do next? I want to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for every American who needs it. Everyone. For years, people have talked about it, but finally we got it done and gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices on prescription drugs, just like the VA is able to do for veterans. That's not just saving seniors money, it's saving taxpayers money. We cut the federal deficit by $160 billion. Because Medicare will no longer have to pay those exorbitant prices to Big Pharma. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market to treat everything from heart disease to arthritis. It's now time to go further and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 500 different drugs over the next decade. They're making a lot of money, guys. And they'll still be extremely profitable. Will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion. Starting next year, the same law caps total prescription drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year, even for expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. Now I want to cap prescription drug costs at $2,000 a year for everyone. Folks, I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, but if you want to get in Air Force One with me and fly to Toronto, Berlin, Moscow. Even Moscow, probably. And bring your prescription with you, and I promise you I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now. Same company, same drug, same place. Folks, the Affordable Care Act, the old Obamacare, it's still a very big deal. Over 100 million of you can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing condition. Well, my predecessor and many in this chamber want to take this prescription drug away by repealing the Affordable Care Act. I'm not going to let that happen. We stopped you 50 times before, and we'll stop you again. In fact, I'm not only protecting it, I'm expanding it. We enacted tax credits of $800 per person per year, reduce health care costs for millions of working families. That tax credit expires next year. I want to make that savings permanent. To state the obvious, women are more than half our population, but research on women's health has always been underfunded. That's why we're launching the first ever White House initiative on women's health research, led by Jill, doing an incredible job as First Lady. We'll pass my plan for $12 billion to transfer women's health research and benefit millions of lives all across America. I know the cost of housing is so important to you. If inflation keeps coming down, mortgage rates will come down as well, and the Fed acknowledges that. But I'm not waiting. I want to provide an annual tax credit that will give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down, to put toward their mortgages when they buy their first home or trade up for a little more space. Just for 2 years. And my administration is also eliminating title insurance on federally backed mortgages. When you refinance your home, you can save $1,000 or more as a consequence. For millions of renters, we're cracking down on big landlords who use antitrust law, who break antitrust laws by price fixing and driving up rents. We've cut red tape so builders can get federally financing, which is already helping build a record 1.7 million new housing units nationwide. Now pass and build and renovate 2 million affordable homes and bring those rents down. To remain the strongest economy in the world, we need to have the best education system in the world. And I suspect all of you, want to give every child, a good start by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. You know, I think I pointed out last year, that children coming from broken homes where there's no books, they're not read to, not spoken to very often, start school, kindergarten, or first grade, having heard 1 million fewer words spoken. Well, studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school, go on to earn a 2- and 4-year degree, no matter what their background is. I met a year and a half ago with the leaders of the Business Roundtable. They were mad that they were angry. I think, well, they were discussing why I wanted to spend money on education. I pointed out to them as vice president, I met with over I think it was 182 of those folks. Don't hold me to the exact number. And I asked them what they need most, the CEOs. And you've had the same experience on both sides of the aisle. They say a better educated workforce, right? So I looked at them. And I say, I come from Delaware. DuPont used to be the 8th largest corporation in the world. And every new enterprise they bought, they educated the workforce to that enterprise. But none of you do that anymore. Why are you angry with me providing you the opportunity for the best educated workforce in the world? And they all looked at me and said, I think you're right. I want to expand high-quality tutoring and summer learning to see that every child learns to read by 3rd grade. I'm also connecting local businesses and high schools so students get hands-on experience and a path to a good-paying job, whether or not they go to college. And I want to make sure the college is more affordable. Let's continue increasing the Pell Grants to working and middle-class families and increase record investments in HBCUs and minority-serving institutions, including Hispanic institutions. When I was told I couldn't universally just change the way in which we dealt with student loans, I fixed 2 student loan programs that already existed to reduce the burden of student debt for nearly 4 million Americans, including nurses, firefighters, and others in public service. Like Keenan Jones, a public educator from Minnesota, who's here with us tonight. Keenan, where are you? Keenan, thank you. He's educated hundreds of students so they can go to college. Now he's able to help, after debt forgiveness, get his own daughter to college. And folks, look, such relief is good for the economy because folks are now able to buy a home, start a business, start a family. While we're at it, I want to give public school teachers a raise. And by the way, the first couple of years, we cut the deficit. Now, let me speak to the question of fundamental fairness for all Americans. I've been delivering real results in fiscally responsible ways. We've already cut the federal deficit. We've already cut the federal deficit over $1 trillion. I signed the bipartisan deal to cut another $1 trillion in the next decade. It's my goal to cut the federal deficit another $3 trillion by making big corporations and the very wealthy finally beginning to pay their fair share. Look, I'm a capitalist. If you want to make or can make $1 million or millions of bucks, that's great. Just pay your fair share in taxes. A fair tax code is how we invest things to make this country great. Healthcare, education, defense, and so much more. But here's the deal. The last administration enacted a $2 trillion tax cut, overwhelmingly benefit the top 1%, the very wealthy and the biggest corporations, and exploded the federal deficit. They added more to the national debt than any presidential term in American history. Check the numbers. Folks at home, does anybody really think the tax code is fair? No! Do you really think the wealthy and big corporations need another $2 trillion tax break? No! I sure don't. I'm going to keep fighting like hell to make it fair. Under my plan, nobody earning less than $400,000 a year will pay an additional penny in federal taxes. Nobody, not one penny. And they haven't yet. In fact, The child tax credit I passed during the pandemic cut taxes for millions of working families and cut child poverty in half. Restore that child tax credit. No child should go hungry in this country. The way to make the tax code fair is to make big corporations and the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Remember in 2020, 55 of the biggest companies in America made $40 billion and paid zero in federal income tax. Zero. Not anymore. Thanks to the law I wrote and we signed, big companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. But that's still less than working people pay in federal taxes. It's time to raise corporate minimum tax to at least 21%. So every big corporation finally begins to pay their fair share. I also want to end tax breaks for big pharma, big oil, private jets, massive executive pay when it's only supposed to be $1 million that could be deducted. They can pay them $20 million if they want, but deduct $1 million. End it now. You know, there are 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what the average federal tax is for those billionaires? No. They're making great sacrifices, 8.2%. That's far less than the vast majority of Americans pay. No billionaire should pay a lower federal tax rate than a teacher, a sanitation worker, or a nurse. I propose a minimum tax for billionaires of 25%, just 25%. You know what that would raise? That would raise $500 billion over the next 10 years. And imagine what that could do for America. Imagine a future with affordable child care. Millions of families can get they need to go to work to help grow the economy. Imagine a future with paid leave, because no one should have to choose between working and taking care of their sick family member. Imagine the future of home care and elder care, and people living with disabilities, so they can stay in their homes and family caregivers can finally get the pay they deserve. Tonight, let's all agree once again to stand up for seniors. Many of my friends on the other side of the aisle want to put Social Security on the chopping block. If anyone here tries to cut Social Security, Medicare, or raise the retirement age, I will stop you. The working people who built this country pay more into Social Security than millionaires and billionaires do. It's not fair. We have two ways to go. Republicans can cut Social Security and give more tax breaks to the wealthy. That's the proposal. Oh, no. You guys don't want another $2 trillion tax cut? I kind of thought that's what your plan was. Well, that's good to hear. You're not going to cut another $2 trillion for the super wealthy. That's good to hear. I'll protect and strengthen Social Security and make the wealthy pay their fair share. Look, too many corporations raise prices to pad their profits, charging more and more for less and less. That's why we're cracking down on corporations that engage in price gouging and deceptive pricing, from food to health care to housing. In fact, the snack companies think you won't notice if they change the size of the bag and put a hell of a lot fewer, same size bag, put fewer chips in it. No, I'm not joking. It's called shrinkflation. Pass Bobby Casey's bill and stop this. I really mean it. You probably all saw that commercial on Snickers bars. You get charged the same amount, and you got about, I don't know, 10% fewer Snickers in it. Look, I'm also getting rid of junk fees. Those hidden fees at the end of your bill that are there without your knowledge. My administration announced we're cutting credit card late fees from $32 to $8. Banks and credit card companies are allowed to charge what it costs them to instigate the collection. And that's more a hell of a lot like $8 and 30-some dollars. They don't like it. The credit card companies don't like it. But I'm saving American families $20 billion a year with all the junk fees I'm eliminating. Folks at home, that's why the banks are so mad. It's $20 billion in profit. I'm not stopping there. My administration has proposed rules to make cable, travel, utilities, and online ticket sellers tell you the total price up front so there are no surprises. It matters. It matters. And so does this. In November, my team began serious negotiation with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen. Oh, you don't think so? Oh, you don't like that bill, huh? That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill? I'll be darned. That's amazing. That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500 more security agents and officers, 100 more immigration judges to help tackle the backload of 2 million cases, 4,300 more asylum officers, and new policies so they can resolve cases in 6 months instead of 6 years now. What are you against? 100 more high-tech drug detection machines to significantly increase the ability to screen and stop vehicles smuggling fentanyl into America. That's killing thousands of children. This bill would save lives and bring order to the border. It will also give me and any new president new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of migrants at the border is overwhelming. The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill. The Federal Chamber of Commerce is, yeah. You're saying low. Look at the facts. I know you know how to read. I believe that given the opportunity for a majority in the House and Senate would endorse the bill as well, a majority right now. But unfortunately, politics has derailed this bill so far. I'm told my predecessor called members of Congress in the Senate to demand they block the bill. He feels political win, he viewed it as a political win for me and a political loser for him. It's not about him, it's not about me. I'd be a winner, not really. Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of the thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself. I understand. But look, if we change the dynamic at the border, people pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border because they know if they get by and let into the country, it's 6 to 8 years before they have a hearing. And it's worth taking the chance of the $8,000. But if it's only 6 weeks, the idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money and come all that way knowing that they'll be able to be kicked out quickly. Folks, I would respectfully suggest my Republican friends owe it to the American people, get this bill done. We need to act now. And if my predecessor is watching, instead of paying politics and pressuring members of Congress to block the bill, join me and telling the Congress to pass it. We can do it together. But that's what here's what he will not do. I will not demonize immigrants saying they are poison in the blood of our country. I will not separate families. I will not ban people because of their faith. Unlike my predecessor on my first day in office, I introduced a comprehensive bill to fix our immigration system. Take a look at it. It has all these and more. Secure the border. Provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, and so much more. But unlike my predecessor, I know who we are as Americans. We're the only nation in the world with a heart and soul that draws from old and new. Home to Native Americans whose ancestors have been here for thousands of years. Home to people of from every place on earth. They came freely. Some came in chains. Some came when famine struck, like my ancestral family in Ireland. Some to flee persecution, to chase dreams that are impossible anywhere but here in America. That's America. And we all come from somewhere, but we're all American. Look, folks, we have a simple choice. We can fight about fixing the border, or we can fix it. I'm ready to fix it. Send me the border bill now. A transformational moment in history happened 59 years ago today in Selma, Alabama. Hundreds of foot soldiers for justice marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, named after the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, to claim their fundamental right to vote. They were beaten, they were bloody, and left for dead. Our late friend and former colleague, John Lewis, was on that march. We miss him. Joining us tonight are other marchers, both in the gallery and on the floor, including Betty Mae Fikes, known as the voice of Selma. The daughter of gospel singers and preachers, she sang songs of prayer and protest on that bloody Sunday to help shake the nation's conscience. 5 months later, the Voting Rights Act passed and was signed into law. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But 59 years later, there are forces taking us back in time. Voter suppression, election subversion, unlimited dark money, extreme gerrymandering. John Lewis is a great friend to many of us here. But if you truly want to honor him and all the heroes who marched with him, then it's time to do more than talk. Pass the Freedom to Vote Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. And stop denying another core value of America, our diversity across American life. Banning books, it's wrong. Instead of erasing history, let's make history. I want to protect fundamental rights. Pass the Equality Act. And my message to transgender Americans, I have your back. Pass the PRO Act for workers' rights. Raise the federal minimum wage, because every worker has a right to a decent living, more than $7 an hour. We're also making history by confronting the climate crisis, not denying it. I don't think any of you think there's no longer a climate crisis. At least I hope you don't. I'm taking the most significant action ever on climate in the history of the world. I'm cutting our carbon emissions in half by 2030, creating tens of thousands of clean energy jobs like the IBEW work is building and installing 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. Conserving 30% of America's lands and waters by 2030. And taking action on environmental justice, fence-line communities smothered by the legacy of pollution. And patterned after the Peace Corps and AmeriCorps, I launched the Climate Corps to put 20,000 young people to work in the forefront of our clean energy future. I'll triple that number in a decade. To state the obvious, all Americans deserve the freedom to be safe. And America is safer today than when I took office. The year before I took office, murder rates went up 30%. 30% they went up. The biggest increase in history. It was then, through my American Rescue Plan, which every American voted against, I might add, we made the largest investment in public safety ever. Last year, the murder rate saw the sharpest decrease in history. Violent crime fell to one of its lowest levels in more than 50 years. But we have more to do. We have to help cities invest in more community police officers, more mental health workers, more community violence intervention. Give communities the tool to crack down on gun crime, retail crime, and carjacking. Keep building trust, as I've been doing by taking executive action on police reform and calling for it to be the law of the land. Directing my cabinet to review the federal classification of marijuana and expunging thousands of convictions for the mere possession, because no one should be jailed for simply using or have it on their record. Take on crimes of domestic violence. I'm ramping up the Federal Enforcement of the Violence Against Women Act that I proudly wrote when I was a senator, so we can finally end the scourge against women in America. There are other kinds of violence I want to stop. With us tonight is Jasmine, whose 9-year-old sister Jackie was murdered with 21 classmates and teachers in elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Very soon after that happened, Jill and I went to Uvalde for a couple of days. We spent hours and hours with each of the families. We heard their message, so everyone in this room, in this chamber, could hear the same message. The constant refrain, and I was there for hours meeting with every family. They said, do something. Do something. Well, I did do something by establishing the first ever Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the White House, that the Vice President is leading the charge. Thank you for doing this. Meanwhile, my predecessor told the NRA he's proud he did nothing on guns when he was president. Oh. After another shooting in Iowa recently, he said, when asked what to do about it, he said, just get over it. There's his quote, just get over it. I say, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. I'm proud we beat the NRA when I signed the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years because of this Congress. We now must beat the NRA again. I'm demanding a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. Pass universal background checks. None of this. I taught the Second Amendment for 12 years. None of this violates the Second Amendment or vilifies responsible gun owners. You know, as we manage challenges at home, we're also managing crises abroad, including in the Middle East. I know the last 5 months have been gut-wrenching for so many people, for the Israeli people, for the Palestinian people, and so many here in America. This crisis began on October 7th with a massacre by a terrorist group called Hamas, as you all know. 1,200 innocent people, women and girls, men and boys, slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust, and 250 hostages taken. Here in this chamber tonight are families whose loved ones are still being held by Hamas. I pledge to all the families that we will not rest until we bring every one of your loved ones home. We also we will also work around the clock to bring home Evan and Paul, Americans being unjustly detained by the Russians and others around the world. Israel has the right to go after Hamas. Hamas ended this conflict by releasing hostages, laying down arms, could end it by releasing the hostages, laying down arms, and surrendering those responsible for October 7th. But Israel has Israel has an added burden because Hamas hides and operates among the civilian population like cowards under hospitals, daycare centers, and all the like. Israel also has a fundamental responsibility, though, to protect innocent civilians in Gaza. This war has taken a greater toll on innocent civilians than all previous wars in Gaza combined. More than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, most of whom are not Hamas. Thousands and thousands of innocents, women and children, girls and boys, also orphaned. Nearly 2 million more Palestinians under bombardment or displacement. Homes destroyed, neighborhoods in rubble, cities in ruin. Families without food, water, medicine. It's heartbreaking. I've been working nonstop to establish an immediate ceasefire that would last for 6 weeks to get all the prisoners released, all the hostages released, to get the hostages home and ease the intolerable and humanitarian crisis and build toward an enduring, something more enduring. The United States has been leading international efforts to get more humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Tonight, I'm directing the U.S. military to lead an emergency mission to establish a temporary pier in the Mediterranean on the coast of Gaza that can receive large shipments carrying food, water, medicine, and temporary shelters. No U.S. boots will be on the ground. A temporary pier will enable a massive increase in the amount of humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza every day. And Israel must do its part. Israel must allow more aid into Gaza to ensure humanitarian workers aren't caught in the crossfire. And they're announcing they're going to have a crossing in northern Gaza. To the leadership of Israel, I say this: humanitarian assistance cannot be a secondary consideration or a bargaining chip. Protecting and saving innocent lives has to be a priority. As we look to the future, the only real solution to the situation is a two-state solution over time. And I say this as a lifelong supporter of Israel. My entire career, no one has a stronger record with Israel than I do. I challenge any of you here. I'm the only American president of Israel in wartime. But there is no other path that guarantees Israel's security and democracy. There is no other path that guarantees that Palestinians can live in peace with peace and dignity. And there's no other path that guarantees peace between Israel and all of its neighbors, including Saudi Arabia, with whom I'm talking. Creating stability in the Middle East also means containing the threat posed by Iran. That's why I built a coalition of more than a dozen countries to defend international shipping and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. I've ordered strikes to degrade the Houthi capability and defend U.S. forces in the region. As Commander-in-Chief, I will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and our military personnel. For years, I've heard many of my Republican and Democratic friends say that China is on the rise and America's falling behind. They've got it backwards. I've been saying it for over 4 years, even when I wasn't president. America's rising. We have the best economy in the world. And since I've come to office, our GDP is up, our trade deficit with China is down to the lowest point in over a decade. And we're standing up against China's unfair economic practices. We're standing up for peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits. I've revitalized our partnership and alliance in the Pacific. India, Australia, Japan, South Korea, Pacific Islands. I've made sure that the most advanced American technologies can't be used in China, not allowing to trade them there. Frankly, for all this tough talk on China, it never occurred to my predecessor to do any of that. I want competition with China, not conflict. And we're in a stronger position to win the conflict of the 21st century against China than anyone else, for that matter, than any time as well. Here at home, I've signed over 400 bipartisan bills. But there's more to pass my unity agenda. Strengthen penalties on fentanyl trafficking. You don't want to do that, huh? Pass bipartisan privacy legislation to protect our children online. Harness the promise of AI to protect us from peril. Ban AI voice impersonations and more. And keep our truly sacred obligation to train and equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. The song Support and Help of Dennis and the VA, I signed the PACT Act. One of the most significant laws ever, helping millions of veterans exposed to toxins who now are battling more than 100 different cancers. Many of them don't come home, but we owe them and their families support. We owe it to ourselves to keep supporting our new health research agency called ARPA-H. And remind us that we can do big things, like end cancer as we know it, and we will. Let me close with this. I know you don't want to hear any more, Lindsey, but I got to say a few more things. I know it may not look like it, but I've been around a while. When you get to be my age, certain things become clearer than ever. I know the American story. Again and again, I've seen the contest between competing forces in the battle for the soul of our nation. Between those who want to pull America back to the past and those who want to move America into the future. My lifetime has taught me to embrace freedom and democracy, a future based on core values that have defined America: honesty, decency, dignity, equality, to respect everyone, to give everyone a fair shot, to give hate no safe harbor. Now, other people my age see it differently. The American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution, that's not me. I was born amid World War II, when America stood for the freedom of the world. I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, among working-class people who built this country. I watched in horror as two of my heroes, like many of you did, Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy, were assassinated. And their legacies inspired me to pursue a career in service. I left the law firm and became a public defender because my city of Wilmington was the only city in America occupied by the National Guard after Dr. King was assassinated because of the riots. And I became a county councilman almost by accident. I got elected to the United States Senate when I had no intention of running at age 29. Then vice president, or our first black president. now president, to the first women vice president. In my career, I've been told I was too young. By the way, they didn't let me on the Senate elevators for votes sometimes. Not a joke. And I've been told I'm too old. Whether young or old, I've always known what endures. I've known our North Star. The very idea of America is that we're all created equal and deserves to be treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I won't walk away from it now. I'm optimistic. I really am. I'm optimistic, Nancy. My fellow Americans, the issue facing our nation isn't how old we are, it's how old are our ideas. Hate, anger, revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas. But you can't lead America with ancient ideas that only take us back. You lead America, the land of possibilities. You need a vision for the future and what can and should be done. Tonight you've heard mine. I see a future where defending democracy, you don't diminish it. I see a future where we restore the right to choose and protect our freedoms, not take them away. I see a future where the middle class finally has a fair shot and the wealthy have to pay their fair share in taxes. I see a future where we save the planet from the climate crisis and our country from gun violence. Above all, I see a future for all Americans. I see a country for all Americans. And I will always be president for all Americans because I believe in America. I believe in you, the American people. You're the reason we've never been more optimistic about our future than I am now. So let's build the future together. Let's remember who we are. We are the United States of America. And there is nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
1 hour, 7 minutes long. President Biden speaking before a joint session of Congress, shaking the vice president's hand there. Speaker Mike Johnson's hand as well. There was a lot at stake going into this evening. This is probably the largest, if not one of the largest audiences President Biden will have before the election come November. Came right out of the gate. Looking at Republicans in that room in particular when talking about Vladimir Putin, saying we must help Ukraine, we must fund Ukraine. Putin is on the march. Talked about his predecessor in comments that the former president, Donald Trump, though didn't use his name, has said about Putin in recent days. We'll get to what Trump said about Putin in just a moment here. The president telling the American people in that chamber, the American people, that history is watching. He talked about the overturning of Roe versus Wade, what's followed, the IVF debate in this country. So you can see him begin to leave the chamber here. And he looked right at the Supreme Court justices. He spoke of their decision that said women have electoral power, and he essentially said you're about to see it come November. And on immigration, which is certainly one of the top issues, if not the top issue, as we head into November, the president again squarely looking at Republicans in that room, saying we must act on that bipartisan bill out of the Senate from both Republicans, conservative Republicans and Democrats. Senator Langford looking on. The cutaway of him from Oklahoma, Senator Langford nodding yes. President Biden arguing we could adjudicate asylum seekers in 6 months instead of 6 years with this bill, listing all the other things that come with it too, saying we can fight about the border or we can fix it We should fix it now. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, Senator Bernie Sanders shaking the president's hand. We know, as I mentioned earlier, Senator Sanders, one of the many offering advice in the days leading up to this speech. I'm curious what you're hearing from your sources. Did he do what they wanted him to do?
I can tell you the White House is very happy right now. I bet there are a lot of high fives going on right now. They knew the challenges going into this. The president well aware of the criticism of his campaign, the pressure on him to perform tonight. The White House feels that he nailed this, that he put his critics, on their heels at every turn here. I think the overarching message coming out of this speech was really game on. I mean, it is clear from this speech that the general election is now on. And for months, the president has been criticized for not going hard enough against Donald Trump. There really was a sense tonight that he was ripping the Band-Aid off, that he was letting loose, that he was letting out a lot of that frustration. It certainly didn't take him long to tear into Trump on everything from NATO to abortion. He assailed the Trump tax cuts. He skewered him on immigration. And the tone of it was just so classic Biden, right? It wasn't polished, lofty rhetoric. It was folksy. It was personal. He was funny at times. And David, he repeatedly put Republicans on notice. He sparred with them in the room in a way I don't think we've ever seen before at a State of the Union. I mean, at one point, poking them on the immigration bill. He said, "You don't like that bill, huh? The one that you guys wanted, the one that your party negotiated?" He asked them point blankly, what are you against? This felt more like a raucous, rowdy campaign speech than a State of the Union. And I think the big question and challenge going forward is, can the president bring this fire to the trail? Will this Joe Biden show up at those campaign events all the way to November?
Yeah, prodding Republicans, asking them, what in this bill don't you like? Tell me what you don't want that they've laid out with the help of Senator Langford, who was right in that audience there tonight. John, it was very striking, taking on Donald Trump, but not by name. How many times did he say predecessor tonight?
Hey, look, this was a great night for Joe Biden, and this was much more a campaign speech than a State of the Union address. And you saw that in how he repeatedly took on Donald Trump. By my count, by our count, 16 times did he either say my predecessor, the former president, or other people my age, referring to Donald Trump. Very direct attacks. The most powerful one, the very first one, when he comes out and he first invokes Ronald Reagan, who told the Russians, who told the Soviets, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. And then he said, compared to Donald Trump, who tells Putin, do whatever the hell you want. Very pointed, the kind of campaign-style speech you just never have seen in a State of the Union, but I think very effective.
And in fact, what he was talking about is Donald Trump just in recent days talking about trying to get people to up the spending on defense, NATO countries, which has been a long-standing argument for Donald Trump and one that even President Biden has talked about, making sure everybody pays the fair share. But it was that turn when Donald Trump then said, if they don't do it, well then,
I'd say do whatever the hell you'd want.
To Vladimir Putin.
Look, but you have to remember, I think this was a great night for Joe Biden. I don't know if it was a home run, but it certainly was a triple. But one factor to consider here, he's been practicing for this speech. This is home turf. He knew the responses. The Republicans are very predictable. This audience is a very predictable audience. He knew the taunts that were going to come, and he knew that what he was going to do in response. And the way he directly took on Marjorie Taylor Greene.
No, there's no question about that. He knew that was coming on immigration. He knew what her argument was going to be, and he answered it in real time.
The rest of the campaign will not be so scripted. That's the caution.
It will not be.
It will not be so terrific. But this was a very big night for Biden.
No question about that. Linsey Davis also with us here at the desk. And Linsey, that moment, very rare for a president to look right at members of the Supreme Court sitting before them. But he did, and he talked about the overturning of Roe v. Wade. He urged Congress, let's codify Roe v. Wade. Obviously, that's not going to happen. But he mentioned that in their decision on Roe v. Wade, that they talked about the power women have, the electoral power they have, and then he ran with it.
So significant in that moment for him to look at the justices directly in the room and talk about that. And specifically, he said, look, the power of women, that when reproductive freedom was on the ballot, we won in 2022, 2023, and we will win again in 2024. And it's important to note that abortion may be on the ballot in as many as 11 states, including the battleground states of Arizona and Nevada. And so potentially that could determine the election, right? If that really brings people out in those two particular states. But I do want to add, though, David, I think that even beyond some of these big ticket items of abortion or immigration or economy, in many cases, this was about the elephant in the room, if you will, about his age. And those people who said that they voted for Biden the last time around, 61% of them, according to the New York Times, who said that they thought that he was too old to be an effective president. And it seemed he really ate his Wheaties today, right? I mean, he had that fire in the belly. He had the quick zingers, and he addressed, for many accounts, directly head on, the issue of his age, saying it's not about how old we are, it's about how old our ideas are.
No question about that, Linsey. Taking on the issue of age and saving it really to the very end of the speech, saying, you know I may not look like it, but I've been around for a while, using a little humor to address it. I want to get reaction from Donna Brazile, former head of the DNC, of course, an advisor to Democrats along the way, and this administration as well. I'm so curious, Donna, what your advice was them leading up to tonight, and did he deliver in your eyes?
I mean, look, he had to pour some Tabasco in his speech, and I think he delivered it very well. It was spicy, it was juicy, it was another masterclass in how do you defend your values, how do you tell the American people, because of you, we're stronger, because of you, we're fighting harder. It was quintessential Joe Biden. Politics is in his blood and his DNA, and tonight we saw why he was elected president.
Let me ask you, Donna, for those at home who might ask, why not a performance like this in other moments along the way? Where did this come from tonight? What in particular about this?
He was speaking to the American people, and also he was speaking truth to power, looking at the Supreme Court. He said every last word I would have said to John Roberts if I had the opportunity. So tonight, women and of course, the men who love us and support us understand that Joe Biden is going to fight for women. He's going to fight for our reproductive health. What I loved about the president tonight is that he got up and the first thing he said to Mr. Putin was that, I see you and we're going to defend Ukraine. It was a great speech, a great night for Joe Biden, but Joe Biden shows up every day of his life, whether he shows up in the morning, and by the way, it's oatmeal, not Wheaties. I've had
and she would know. Donna would know.
Of having breakfast, and I wanted grits, and he had oatmeal. But he showed up tonight, and he's going to show up every day. And what you're going to see on the campaign trail is not just the president, the vice president, and everyone else who's going to stand up for democracy and freedom.
Did he kickstart this campaign tonight?
The campaign was already underway. I think tonight he gave us a little gas in our tank.
Reince Priebus, former head of the RNC, former chief of staff to Donald Trump. What was your take on tonight?
Well, it sounded a lot like a DNC speech, like a convention speech, a political speech. I think it was a health and wellness check. I think everyone was right about that. I think he passed the health and wellness check tonight. Clearly excited, perhaps overcompensating, maybe yelling quite a bit. I think you're going to see a lot of people talking about the screaming and yelling. But I also think he runs a risk of trying to paint a picture that the American people don't buy. This idea that the economy is booming, that the border is secure, and it's only because the Republicans won't pass a bill, and America is dominant on the world stage. And so I think he overplayed that quite a bit. I don't think that's what Americans are feeling out there. But as far as a health and wellness check, yeah, I think he did that tonight.
Let me ask you, Reince, you're still closely connected to people who are working within the Trump campaign. The national polls as they stand right now, and we're really far out, we all know that, but they are very close. Donald Trump leading in some of the major polls of the last 2 weeks and in the battleground states, but again, a very close race. Is that the sense even inside Trump world?
Yeah,
just how close this is?
Absolutely. I mean, there is no feeling like this is, a blowout. I think people in the Trump operation know that it's going to be close. They know that it's going to come down to 100,000 votes in 5 states. It's all going to be about data, ground game, and turnout, and that's what they know is happening.
Reince Priebus, Donna Brazile, both with us here as we cover this, and we're preparing for the Republican response. We should let you all know at home. We will bring that to you as well with a rising star in the Republican Party. We continue to watch President Biden in that room here tonight. And Martha Raddatz, there were so many questions going into tonight, obviously about age in this country, even from President Biden's supporters. You've traveled the country leading up to the primaries. He was uncontested. I mean, obviously the final candidate dropped out. But even supporters of Biden Biden, when they leave, telling the exit polls that they were concerned about his age as well. Did he assuage those concerns tonight with his performance here?
Well, he certainly was vigorous. It was a campaign speech. It was probably for the Democrats a dream campaign speech because of his energy. I don't know whether he was really screaming riots, but he was definitely raising the level of his voice. And I think that probably because he often does clear his throat. He does have problems with his voice sometimes. He didn't seem to have a lot of problems tonight. But I also think this speech was more than just a campaign speech. It was a legacy speech. No matter what happens in November, Joe Biden laid down the hammer tonight about what he believes and what he feels about this country. So I think that Democrats will look at it as that as well. And that's why Joe Biden probably really rose to this moment. He knew not only from a campaign speech how important it was, but for his own legacy, David.
And I suspect, Martha, that we heard the beginning of what will be a major campaign theme here. At the end of this speech, when he said, it's not how old you are, it's how old your ideas are. And he tried to reframe this age debate.
That's exactly right. And I think his campaign people have been saying again and again, and people within the White House, I know there has been some disagreement about how they are handling that age issue. You can't ignore it. He can't ignore it. And in the next few weeks, he may stumble, he may make mistakes, and it'll come back to that age issue again. But for tonight, he put that to rest in so many ways.
I want to bring in Terry Moran, who has covered multiple presidencies here in Washington. Terry, you knew the stakes going into tonight, and it's not hyperbole to talk about the high wire act that President Biden was walking into that chamber to try to perform. Did he deliver?
It sure was a high wire act, and I think the fair thing to say, a lot of Democrats over the past few weeks have been panicking. I'll bet the vast majority of them feel better tonight because the president did hit hard. You know, you can talk about his performance all you want, but I think more importantly, what he hit. This was the old-time religion, the middle class, working class, labor, Democrat agenda. And he reached for it again and again and again, both in terms of the values, that line, you can't love your country only when you win. The best line of the speech. Fair play and decency are bedrock values of the middle class. No matter who people voted for, the notion that you don't love your country if you guys lose, it doesn't sit well with them. And then right across that economic agenda, hitting again and again and again, middle class values.
With just a few seconds left in this segment, Pierre Thomas, Chief Justice Correspondent, President Biden making it very clear tonight, defending democracy will be a key theme right into November.
Absolutely. He went very hard on the issue of January 6th in terms of the attack on the Capitol. He wanted to make sure that everyone in the public was reminded of that, pointing to Congress to let them know that they were scurrying for their lives, pointing that out as well, David. Also, it struck me that this was a president, particularly in regards to the House Republicans who have been trying to impeach him, that he really wanted to take them on head on and let them know he really didn't care that much about how they felt about what he was saying, David.
President Biden with a smile on his face there as he leaves the chamber. And when we come back here, the Republican response tonight from a rising star in the Republican Party, as I mentioned, Alabama Senator Katie Britt. She's a mother of two. She's just 42 years old, the youngest Republican woman ever elected to the Senate. We're going to go to break here for just a moment because she's getting ready to now speak to the American people. The Republican response to President Biden right after the break. Don't go away. ABC News live coverage of the State of the Union.
Moments from now, she is a rising star in the Republican Party, the youngest female senator ever elected in the GOP. Katie Britt from Alabama delivers the Republican response next.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag
not okay, ain't it?
How important it made to USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
David. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Everything I've experienced, it made me realize what I want and what I don't want.
Tom Brady and Gisele Bundchen announcing their divorce.
You didn't think that the marriage would end. You said it was the death of a dream.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well, when you say... Sorry, guys. I didn't know... Can I have a little moment?
Giselle Bundchen, Climbing the Mountain.
I'm living my truth and I'm not apologizing for it.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed.
Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas,
Edinburgh, Scotland.
from Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw.
Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home?
We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol, Mayfield, Kentucky,
Minneapolis,
Mexico, Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program. Only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news. ABC News Live Prime, winner of the Gracie Award for Best News Program in all of television. Stream ABC News Live Prime with Linsey Davis, weeknights on ABC News Live.
I'm Medea Villarreal in Houston, Texas. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming with ABC News Live.
President Biden's State of the Union. We've been watching him. He's having a bit of an after-hours party, Martha Raddatz. Clearly enjoying the moment in that chamber. We have talked often. He spoke of it tonight, about the length of his career, how many years he spent up on that hill even before he was vice president. Talked about the history of being vice president to the first black president and now having the first woman vice president behind him. That was also a moment toward the end of the speech. Mary Bruce, you're learning more from the White House tonight and from the Biden campaign about what they believe he had to do tonight and whether he delivered.
They certainly do think he delivered. Look, they were well aware of how pivotal and important this moment was, and they do think that he absolutely nailed it. I mean, they feel that he outlined the stakes in this election, that he noted his accomplishments, but also made very clear the stark choice before voters.
And Rachel Scott, just a few seconds there in the chamber, the mood?
Well, Republicans have headed for the exits, and this is typical Joe Biden. You see him shaking hands with Democrats, members of the military that have stuck around here. The president going toe-to-toe with many Republicans here, as you have all noted, on immigration, on Medicare, Social Security as well. Divisions on full display, but you heard those chants of 4 more years from Democrats, a reminder of the stakes.
Rachel Scott in the chamber. Rachel, thank you. Senator Katie Britt, now a Republican star, will deliver the Republican response. She is a mother of 2. She'll be speaking from Montgomery, Alabama. You see the live picture right now coming up before you. Let's listen.
Good evening, America. My name is Katie Britt, and I have the honor of serving the people of the great state of Alabama and the United States Senate. However, that's not the job that matters most. I am a proud wife and mom of 2 school-aged kids. My daughter, Bennett, and my son, Ridgway, are why I ran for the Senate. I'm worried about their future and the future of children in every corner of our nation. And that's why I invited you into our home tonight. Like so many families across America, my husband, Wesley, and I just watched President Biden's State of the Union address from our living room. And what we saw was the performance of a permanent politician who has actually been in office for longer than I've been alive. One thing was quite clear, though. President Biden just doesn't get it. he's out of touch. Under his administration, families are worse off, our communities are less safe, and our country is less secure. I just wish he understood what real families are facing around kitchen tables just like this one. You know, this is where our family has tough conversations. It's where we make hard decisions. It's where we share the good, the bad, and the ugly of our days. It's where we laugh together, and it's where we hold each other's hands and pray for God's guidance. And many nights, to be honest, it's where Wesley and I worry. I know we're not alone. And so tonight, the American family needs to have a tough conversation, because the truth is, we're all worried about the future of our nation. The country we know and love seems to be slipping away, and it feels like the next generation will have fewer opportunities and less freedoms than we did. I worry my own children may not even get a shot at living their American dreams. My American dream allowed me, the daughter of 2 small business owners from rural Enterprise, Alabama, to be elected to the United States Senate at the age of 40. Growing up, sweeping the floor at my dad's hardware store and cleaning the bathroom at my mom's dance studio, I never could have imagined what my story would entail. To think about what the American dream can do across just one generation, in just one lifetime, it's truly breathtaking. But right now, the American dream has turned into a nightmare for so many families. The true, unvarnished state of our union begins and ends with this. Our families are hurting. Our country can do better. And you don't have to look any further than the crisis at our southern border to see it. President Biden inherited the most secure border of all time. But minutes after taking office, he suspended all deportations, he halted construction of the border wall, and he announced a plan to give amnesty to millions. We know that President Biden didn't just create this border crisis, he invited it with 94 executive actions in his first 100 days. When I took office, I took a different approach. I traveled to the Del Rio sector of Texas. That's where I spoke to a woman who shared her story with me. She had been sex trafficked by the cartels starting at the age of 12. She told me not just that she was raped every day, but how many times a day she was raped. The cartels put her on a mattress in a shoebox of a room, and they sent men through that door over and over again for hours and hours on end. We wouldn't be okay with this happening in a third world country. This is the United States of America, and it is past time, in my opinion, that we start acting like it. President Biden's border policies are a disgrace. This crisis is despicable. And the truth is, it is almost entirely preventable. From fentanyl poisonings to horrific murders, there are empty chairs tonight at kitchen tables just like this one because of President Biden's senseless border policies. Just think about Laken Riley. In my neighboring state of Georgia, this beautiful 22-year-old nursing student went out on a jog one morning, but she never got the opportunity to return home. She was brutally murdered by one of the millions of illegal border crossers President Biden chose to release into our homeland. Y'all, as a mom, I can't quit thinking about this. I mean, this could have been my daughter. This could have been yours. And tonight, President Biden finally said her name. But he refused to take responsibility for his own actions. Mr. President, enough is enough. Innocent Americans are dying, and you only have yourself to blame. Fulfill your oath of office, reverse your policies, end this crisis, and stop the suffering. Sadly, we know that President Biden's failures don't stop there. His reckless spending dug our economy into a hole and sent the cost of living through the roof. We have the worst inflation in 40 years and the highest credit card debt in our nation's history. Let that sink in. Hardworking families are struggling to make ends meet today. And with soaring mortgage rates and sky-high childcare costs, they're also struggling to how to plan for tomorrow. The American people are scraping by, while President Biden proudly proclaims that Bidenomics is working. Goodness, y'all, bless his heart, we know better. I'll never forget stopping at a gas station in Chilton County one evening. The gentleman working the counter told me that after retiring, he had to pick up a job in his 70s so that he didn't have to choose between going hungry or going without his medication. He said, I did everything right. I did everything I was told to do. I worked hard, I saved, I was responsible. He's not alone. I hear similar concerns from fellow parents, whether I am walking with my friends or whether I'm at my kids' games. But let's be honest, it's been a minute since Joe Biden pumped gas, ran a carpool, or even pushed a grocery cart. Meanwhile, the rest of us see our dollar and we know it doesn't go as far. We see it every day. And despite what he tells you, our communities are not safer. For years, the left has coddled criminals and defunded the police, all while letting repeat offenders walk free. The result is tragic, but foreseeable. From our small towns to America's most iconic city streets, life is getting more and more dangerous. And unfortunately, President Biden's weakness isn't just hurting families here at home. He is making us a punchline on the world stage. Look, where I'm from, your word is your bond. But for 3 years, the president has demonstrated that America's word doesn't mean what it used to. From abandoning our allies in his disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan to desperately pushing another dangerous deal with Iran. President Biden has failed. We've become a nation in retreat, and the enemies of freedom, they see an opportunity. Putin's brutal aggression in Europe has put our allies on the brink. Iran's terrorist proxies have slaughtered Israeli, Jews, and American citizens. They've targeted commercial shipping, and they've attacked our troops nearly 200 times since October, killing 3 U.S. soldiers and 2 Navy SEALs. Meanwhile, the Chinese Communist Party is undercutting America's workers. China is buying up our farmland spying on our military installations, and spreading propaganda through the likes of TikTok. You see, the CCP knows that if it conquers the minds of our next generation, it conquers America. And what does President Biden do? Well, he bans TikTok for government employees, but creates an account for his own campaign. Y'all, you can't make this stuff up. Look, we all recall when presidents faced national security threats with strength and resolve. That seems like ancient history. Right now, our commander-in-chief is not in command. The free world deserves better than a dithering and diminished leader. America deserves leaders who recognize that secure borders, stable prices, safe streets, and a strong defense are actually the cornerstones of a great nation. Just ask yourself, are you better off now than you were 3 years ago? There's no doubt we're at a crossroads, and it doesn't have to be this way. We all feel it. But here's the good news. We, the people, are still in the driver's seat. We get to decide whether our future will grow brighter or whether we'll settle for an America in decline. Well, I know which choice our children deserve, and I know the choice the Republican Party is fighting for. We are the party of hard-working parents and families, and we want to give you and your children the opportunities to thrive. And we want families to grow. It's why we strongly support continued nationwide access to in vitro fertilization. We want to help loving moms and dads bring precious life into this world. Wesley and I believe there is no greater blessing in life than our children. And that's why tonight, I want to make a direct appeal to the parents out there, and in particular to my fellow moms, many of whom I know will be up tossing and turning at 2 a.m., wondering how you're going to be in 3 places at once and then somehow still get dinner on the table. First of all, we see you, we hear you, and we stand with you. I know you're frustrated. I know you're probably disgusted by most of what you see going on in Washington, and I'll be really honest with you, you're not wrong for feeling that way. Look, I get it. The task in front of us isn't an easy one, but I can promise you one thing. It is worth it. So I am asking you, for the sake of your kids and your grandkids, get into the arena. Every generation has been called to do hard things. American greatness rests in the fact that we always answer that call. It's who we are. Never forget, we are steeped in the blood of patriots who overthrew the most powerful empire in the world. We walk in the footsteps of pioneers who tamed the wild. We now carry forward the same flame of freedom as the liberators of an oppressed Europe. We continue to draw courage from those who bent the moral arc of the universe. And when we gaze upon the heavens, never forget that our DNA contains the same ingenuity that put man on the moon. America has been tested before, and every single time we've emerged unbowed and unbroken. Our history has been written with the grit of men and women who got knocked down. But we know their stories because they did not stay down. We are here because they stood back up. So now it's our turn, our moment to stand up and prove ourselves worthy of protecting the American dream. Together, we can reawaken the heroic spirit of a great nation. Because America, we don't just have a rendezvous with destiny. We take destiny's hand and we lead it. Our future starts around kitchen tables just like this, with moms and dads just like you. And you are why I believe with every fiber of my being that despite the current state of our union, our best days are still ahead. May God bless you, and may God continue to bless these United States of America.
And there you have it, Senator Katie Britt from Alabama at 42 years old, the youngest Republican elected to the Senate, giving the Republican response tonight to President Biden's State of the Union address from her kitchen there in Alabama. And I want to get right over to John Carl before we say goodnight here, because we have first reaction in from former President Trump to President Biden's speech tonight.
It may not surprise you, but Donald Trump didn't like the speech. He reacted by calling it the angriest, least compassionate, and worst State of the Union speech ever made.
Okay, the race is underway, isn't it? John Carl, Mary Bruce, Linsey Davis, Martha Raddatz, you guys make this so easy up here. And Donna Brazil, Reince Priebus, always great to have your analysis of these big political nights. Thank you all. We leave you tonight with this very telling image from just moments ago in the chamber. President Biden, almost the last person to leave that chamber tonight. The lights appear to have been turned off in the chamber. People still asking for selfies. After having given the State of the Union tonight. Our coverage continues, ABC News Live, abcnews.com. Of course, Good Morning America first thing in the morning. And as the president leaves, so do we. Your local news is next for many of you. I'm David Muir. I'll see you tomorrow night. Good night.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Terry Moran here in the nation's capital, coming to you just minutes, more than a few minutes after President Biden gave perhaps the most important speech of his long political career. Biden addressed this divided country, calling this, quote, no ordinary moment. And he repeatedly said, history is watching. He shook so many hands on the way, and it took him a while to get into the chamber and a long while to leave. This is his home turf, remember, a member of Congress, senator for so many years. 36 years, was clearly at home there. And he greeted people, Republican and Democratic alike, before he made his way to give this speech. He alluded to many times the significance of this moment. Came right out of the gate talking about Vladimir Putin, directly addressing Republicans, saying, we must help Ukraine. That is a minority position in the Republican Party. We must fund Ukraine. He can't get that done in Congress. Putin is on the march, he said. He talked about all the key issues Americans at home, the economy, the border, and abortion rights. He brought up the attack on the Capitol as well right off the bat, January 6th, seemingly directly addressing them with this key moment in his speech tonight.
Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win.
He once again said that. He has used that line before, a line directed at people who think that the 2020 election was stolen. And even though Speaker Johnson had urged his Republican colleagues to stay cordial, There were some interruptions. You just saw Marjorie Taylor Greene and others. The speech, in essence, basically kicked off what is going to be a bitter re-election campaign, a close campaign with tens of millions of watching. Our team is standing by to weigh in with all the analysis, including of the Republican response. But let's begin with our Jay O'Brien, who covers Capitol Hill and American politics for us. For Jay, what do you make of this speech?
That tonight we can proudly say the state of our union is strong and getting stronger.
Tonight, in a fiery State of the Union, the last of his first term and his first speech of the general election, President Biden repeatedly drawing contrast with former President Trump, but never once mentioning him by name.
My predecessor failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care.
The president's theme on issue after issue, history is watching.
History is watching. Just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th, when insurrectionists stormed this very Capitol and placed a dagger to the throat of American democracy.
Polls showing a majority of voters dreading a Biden-Trump repeat, the age of both candidates on the tops of minds. The 81-year-old Biden taking those concerns head on.
I know it may not look like it, but I've been around a while. My fellow Americans, the issue facing our nation isn't how old we are, it's how old are our ideas.
Trading jabs with Republicans in real time over a bipartisan border deal derailed by former President Trump.
Look at the facts. I know you know how to read.
Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene yelling at the president to acknowledge the death of Laken Riley, a Georgia college student allegedly killed by an undocumented immigrant. The president calling her bluff.
Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of the thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself. I understand. I would respectfully suggest my Republican friends owe it to the American people, get this bill done. We need to act now.
Facing calls from many in his party to put pressure on Israel for a ceasefire in Gaza, the president saying Israel has a right to, quote, go after Hamas, but empathizing with civilians caught in the crossfire. The president speaking to a deeply divided Congress, working right now to narrowly avert a government shutdown and paralyzed on aid for Ukraine, with sharp criticism for Trump.
Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine. Now my predecessor, a former Republican president, tells Putin, quote, do whatever the hell you want. It's dangerous and it's unacceptable. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away. We will not bow down. I will not bow down.
Abortion, a key issue for the Biden campaign in the first presidential election since the overturning of Roe.
If you, the American people, send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again.
Sitting with the First Lady, an Alabama woman whose in vitro fertilization was put on hold by that controversial state Supreme Court decision. And Kate Cox, the Texas woman at the center of a high-profile abortion case.
My God, what freedom else would you take away?
Hanging over it all, the specter of Donald Trump. Polls show him leading Biden nationally and in some key swing states. Biden laying out what he believes are the stakes.
Hate, anger, revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas. But you can't lead America with ancient ideas that only take us back. So let's build the future together. Let's remember who we are. We are the United States of America. And there is nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. God bless you all, and may God protect our children.
Oh, Jay O'Brien joins us now from Capitol Hill. Jay, you hit all the highlights there, and I guess you're getting reaction now from a bunch of your Democratic sources about how they feel it went. What are they telling you?
Yeah, I've talked to Democrats tonight, Terry, who say they knew the stakes going into this speech. They knew the questions that the president would be facing, particularly on his age. He's 81 years old, particularly on his fitness for office. I'm checking in with a number of those sources at this hour. One who was close to the Biden campaign telling me he was stunned that this speech surpassed even his expectations. I talked to one Democrat here on Capitol Hill who sarcastically texted me this. I'll quote him directly. "I thought you guys said that he was supposed to be too old for the job." So Democrats taking a victory lap tonight. They believe the president put to rest a number of those questions about his fitness for office and kicked off the campaign. This, again, this first speech of the general election.
Absolutely. He may have benefited, Jay, from the low expectations after that special counsel report. No question about it. So how about on the Republican side? Look, he hammered him pretty good up and down, and from my perspective, really went after the middle of the country. A lot of what he was talking about was very middle-class stuff, tax the rich, you know, the prescription drug stuff. And what we hear from former President Trump is, we don't want any moderates. Biden wants the moderates.
And the perception that we saw from Republicans was really encapsulated by the Republican response by Katie Britt, who said that Biden is painting a picture, in her view, of a country that doesn't exist, of inflation that has gone down, as Biden said, rather than gone up, as Britt said, and things of that nature. I can tell you, I talked to Republicans at the outset of this speech who they sometimes put those notions of Biden's age aside. I didn't hear a lot of Republicans taking shots at Biden's age going into this speech. Instead, they said they wanted to see him build some kind of a broader message, try to talk to their voters, try to grab their voters and bring them in. It doesn't look like this speech would do much to bring in hardline conservatives. It may have an impact on moderates, but certainly, as we noted, it puts to bed a lot of those questions about the 81-year-old commander-in-chief.
For now, no question about it. It's probably not going to go away. It's a legitimate issue for people to consider. Jay O'Brien, thanks very much. And back with us now, Linsey Davis, back from the big set with David Muir, and after ABC News special report. So, Linsey, what a night. I'll let you take it from here.
What a night. I think that really is a big headline that's appropriate and fitting for to describe the State of the Union. And I want to bring in Rachel Scott. And Terry, thank you so much for your coverage throughout the night here. And Rachel, House Speaker Mike Johnson warned Republican members to have decorum tonight during the president's address and behave. So we did hear some shouting there. Who didn't behave?
Yeah, the House Speaker wanted decorum, he wanted civility, he wanted Republicans to really respect President Biden during the State of the Union speech. In fact, heading into that chamber, he actually told us he believes like everyone was going to be on their best behavior. Well, that certainly did not happen tonight. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who you may remember from last year, had very similar outbursts, booing the president, heckling him, calling him a liar. Well, when the president turned to Social Security, when he turned to Medicare, that is exactly the same moment that happened last year. We once again saw a little bit of a repeat. That is when Marjorie Taylor Greene started yelling at the president, calling him a liar. Then he turned to the bipartisan border deal that was negotiated by Democrats and Republicans in the Senate. Well, she didn't like what he had to say about that either. She started shouting at him again, and they got into a little bit of a back and forth that was really rare to see in the House chamber between the President of the United States delivering a State of the Union address in front of millions of Americans, while also going back and forth and head-to-head with one Republican member of Congress who decided to interrupt the speech and have this sort of back and forth. So it was very clear there. One thing that I did notice, though, during that time when the president was talking about that bipartisan bill, you had Senator James Lankford. He was the Republican that negotiated it. He wanted to get something done on this issue. When the president started going line by line about what was in that bill, he nodded and said it was true, Linsey.
And that was a pretty remarkable moment in that moment. You were in the room. What else did you make of what you saw?
Yeah, you know, I was really surprised by how many outbursts there were from people that were not members of Congress actually in the gallery. You kind of had that behavior once Marjorie Taylor Greene started that reflect all the way up to the top of the chamber. And so we were perched sitting up in the gallery watching the members below. Well, turns out the invited guests behind us started having some outbursts as well. There was a moment when the president was talking about Palestinians that have been killed, and he went on to say that they weren't from Hamas. And then the man behind me started shouting, "That's not true." And then you had an officer that came over. He immediately resisted sort of being removed, and ultimately he was removed. Another outburst from another man that was right across the gallery started shouting about the United States Marine. He was also quickly removed as well. So that was really surprising to see. Obviously, we've seen members of Congress kind of have some of these outbursts, but from the invited guests tonight, that was also happening all the way up in the gallery. Unclear if the president actually heard it, though.
And let's talk about some of the moments of unity tonight as well.
They were rare. You know, the president had a joke off the top that, you know, maybe he should just go home. That obviously got a lot of Republicans laughing. But on a more serious note, there was a moment there when the president was talking about voting rights. He was talking about Selma. You have so many Democrats and Republicans that take that pilgrimage back to Selma, to the Edmund Pettus Bridge, where John Lewis and so many others marched for the right to vote. They were beaten for the right to vote. And then you had that moment where everyone stood up and they applauded. That was a moment of unity. Those were very rare in this address, though, Linsey.
And there were many women in the gallery, guests of the First Lady and members of Congress, who say that they suffered because of their state's abortion restrictions. You spoke to some of these women, even just today. What message was sent by having them in the room?
Yeah, I was told that there were 28 women there today related to reproductive rights. So these are women that maybe had to flee their states in order to get an emergency abortion. These are women who maybe had their IVF appointments canceled because of what happened there in Alabama. There was doctors there as well who have been in these states where they have these strict abortion bans, and they've been pleading for change. You noticed there when you looked out in the chamber, there was that sea of white, right? You had all of these Democrats wearing white, showing their support, looking to send a message on reproductive rights. And I talked to, you know, several women that traveled here for the State of the Union, including the president's State of the Union guest, Kate Cox. She's the first pregnant woman to sue the state of Texas seeking that emergency abortion. Her doctor was also in that chamber tonight. I sat down with them for their first joint interview, and look, she told me flat out what she is hoping is just some change. She doesn't want to see another woman go through exactly what she went through. And so she hopes by the president highlighting her story tonight that many Americans may see this far as beyond just politics, that they could see this as an issue of actually getting health care to pregnant women who may need it.
And with abortion potentially on the ballot in as many as 11 states, this really could ultimately decide the election. Rachel Scott, our thanks to you for all of your work throughout the day. Now I want to bring in Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent. And Mary, curious what your sources at the White House are saying, how they're reacting to this speech.
They are reacting very positively, as you can imagine. They feel that the president absolutely nailed it, that he knew the challenges going into it, and that he delivered, that he was able to really put his critics on their heels at every turn. I think the challenges were big going into this. The pressure was big going into this. And the president, you know, was well aware of that. And he knew that he had to strike the right tone. He knew that, you know, in many ways, just as important, perhaps if not more important than the substance, was the delivery. And he was classic Biden, right? He wasn't lofty rhetoric. He was folksy. He was funny at points. And he really sparred with his Republican opponents in a way that I frankly don't think we've ever seen in a State of the Union address. It definitely felt far more at times like a raucous campaign speech than a State of the Union address. And I think the overarching takeaway is that, you know, we are definitely in the general election. It seemed like the president was saying, okay, game on. We're in it. Let's do this.
You know, it was so interesting. We had an on the record with Senator Chuck Schumer and Congressman Hakeem Jeffries today, and both of them stated the same sentiment, which was, let's just let Joe be Joe tonight. And it felt like that's 100% what we got.
Yeah, and the White House always says that. You know, anytime that you discuss with them these concerns about the president's age, his stumbles, his stammering, they say, look, voters know Joe Biden. He's always been like this to a certain extent. He's, you know, struggles with his stutter. He's never been that perfectly polished politician, but that's what the White House feels makes him so relatable. And that was fully on display tonight. It was a classically Joe Biden kind of speech. And also what struck me is, you know, when so much of the speech wasn't just about what his accomplishments, but looking forward, right? He has to make the case for another 4 years and outline things he's going to do beyond just the argument of, hey, I'm not Donald Trump. But so many of the things that he was pointing to, lowering student debt, lowering prescription drug costs, these are the kinds of things that the White House feels really resonate with Americans, resonate with voters, because they are also well aware of the polling that shows that a lot of Americans aren't giving him credit for his accomplishments because they aren't really feeling them in their wallet. They aren't feeling them in their life. And so many of the things that he was outlining were those sort of areas where he feels he can have the most impact on average Americans, middle-class Americans' lives going forward.
It felt like he had that fire in the belly quite often throughout the night, engaging, sparring really with the Republicans. What were some of the highlights for you?
Yeah, I mean, the question is really, can that fire last, right? This is a rehearsed, practiced, carefully combed over speech. He rehearsed it for days, huddling with his advisors, even working with a speech coach. But I think it was, you know, those moments that in some ways seemed off script, you know, where he challenged Republicans at one point saying, oh, what, you don't like that bill? The bill that you said you wanted, the bill that your other members of your party support, you know, challenging them at some point to say, what are you against exactly? Even quipping at one point, you know, I know you can read. He had, you know, a lot of jabs at them that, which is why the White House feels he was able to put his critics on his heels. I think the question is just, does that Joe Biden show up on the campaign trail day in, day out until November? Because it's a very different environment when you are out there, you know, on the trail and not in the House chamber.
As you know very well, Mary Bruce, our thanks to you. And now I want to bring in Elizabeth Schulze. And Elizabeth, certainly a big promise was made tonight from President Biden to restore Roe versus Wade. Is that a promise he can fulfill?
Well, and you know, Lindsay, it's one that he's running on. And as you pointed out with Rachel, this is such an important issue for the president to try to focus on how he is the leader who will restore women's reproductive rights. He's trying to draw this very clear contrast with Republicans who he says are not just putting new restrictions on abortion, but now on fertility care, too. And we've really seen this heated debate in recent weeks because of that ruling by Alabama's Supreme Court over access to IVF. And I think it's worth listening to how the president is trying to lay this out and telling the story of one of the women, Tori Beasley, who was seated right next to the First Lady tonight, and exactly how that state Supreme Court decision is affecting people because of those decisions. Listen to this.
She scheduled treatments to have that second child, but the Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family had got through should never have happened. Unless Congress acts, it could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer.
So the president making a very deliberate push there, Lindsay, for Republicans in the House and the Senate in that chamber with him tonight to pass specific legislation to protect IVF, which was actually blocked in the Senate last week. And it is notable that in the Republican response, Senator Katie Britt basically said that this is something that Republicans do support. So we're seeing a little bit play out tonight, this fine line Republicans are walking in trying to acknowledge that they don't want to go too far in restricting rights when it comes to IVF that does have broad public support, but also still trying to have those abortion restrictions in place, something the president clearly attacked them for tonight, Lindsay.
And let's talk economy also, Elizabeth. The president proposed a new tax credit to help Americans facing high mortgage payments. How could this help?
Well, and some of this comes down to what can the president do to let Americans know that he's taking steps on the economy when a lot of this, he says, isn't in his own control. I mean, at the end of the day, the president is touting strong numbers on the economy, low unemployment, cooling inflation, a GDP that continues to power the economy forward. But he knows that, as Mary pointed out too, a lot of people aren't feeling that day to day. So he says one thing they can do is offer tax credits that would help lower housing costs. We know that housing is one area where Americans are continuing to pay so much more than they were even a couple years ago. And this is something the president says that the federal government can do to try to alleviate some of those costs. Obviously, this is something that would need congressional, how much the president can do unilaterally, that's its own question, Lindsay. But the president is trying to really focus on whatever areas he can take to try to lower costs. He pointed out the legislation that's already been passed that would lower prescription drug costs. But at the end of the day, some of those other places, food, housing, rent prices, he wants to say, I know they're tough. I'm trying to do what I can here and work with me. Understand that there are steps that we're trying to take to make this easier for you when you're looking at those prices day to day.
Elizabeth Schulze, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And now Martha Raddatz, our chief global affairs anchor and co-anchor of This Week, joins us. Martha, of course, the president called for a 6-week ceasefire. He talked about building potentially a temporary port in order to provide aid to Gaza. Reiterated his support once again for a 2-state solution. Want to take a listen to what else he had to say.
Tonight, I'm directing the U.S. military to lead an emergency mission to establish a temporary pier in the Mediterranean on the coast of Gaza that can receive large shipments carrying food, water, medicine, and temporary shelters. No U.S. boots will be on the ground.
Is that enough to appease all those voters who in recent days have voted uncommitted?
Probably not, Lindsay. I mean, there were protesters in the streets on Pennsylvania Avenue tonight as the president's motorcade was making his way to the Capitol, protesting how the Israelis are conducting the war in Gaza. But the president is really walking a fine line here. He wanted to do something, and this is certainly welcome. It is, as those who worry about this will say, it is a very good first step, but so much more needs to be done. They have started these airdrops, but when you look at the numbers, 100,000 meals dropped or 38,000 meals dropped, that's really not very many when you have millions starving to death. And the other issue here is how long this temporary pier and this temporary dock will take. At least 45 days. That's what a Pentagon official was saying on background. I've talked to some former officers in the U.S. Army who know a lot about how this happens, and they said that would be, even 60 days would be warp speed. So this is going to take a while, but the president clearly wanted to appease people tonight in some way and help with the situation. The president and the White House have been deeply concerned about this Israeli campaign and how many have been left homeless, how many have been killed. More than 30,000 have been killed in Gaza, and it's something he deeply worries about.
President Biden, right out of the gate, addressed Ukraine, and he had a message directly for Vladimir Putin. Let's take a listen to that.
I say this to Congress. We have to stand up to Putin. Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is watching. If the United States walks away, it will put Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away.
Why kick it off with Ukraine? Did that surprise you?
Totally surprised me. I mean, first of all, that's not something voters seem to be at all on their radar. They're not that concerned about Ukraine. I mean, they may have that peripherally, but this election is definitely not about foreign policy and Ukraine. So it was surprising. But then, of course, what the president went on to say is attack his predecessor by saying that, you know, Putin will not stop at the borders of Ukraine if we do not send aid. He wants that aid, but he said his predecessor said, you know, who the hell cares? Yeah. Keep going. And so he wanted that message, but certainly surprising that he started his speech up that way. But it was very clear why he did that very quickly.
His predecessor, he who shall not be named.
He who shall not be named, yes.
All right, Martha Raddatz, thank you so much for your coverage throughout this day. And I want to take a live look now at the president's motorcade. I think we have that here. Waiting for the president to leave. We were watching as he remained in the chambers there. One of the last people to leave, they had actually turned the lights out. He was still taking the selfies, perhaps taking a few FaceTime calls with some of the constituents who were there in the room with their family members. So really interesting that he was clearly in the zone, relishing the moment. And joining the conversation once again with us, ABC News political analyst Reince Priebus and ABC News political contributor and Democratic strategist Donna Brazile. Let's get right to it. Donna, do you feel like President Biden got it right?
Absolutely. Once again, he gave a master class in how to talk to the American people, not only about the progress we've made, but the challenges we face. And he also said to the American people, we're going to write this future together. Look, President Biden showed up tonight. That's the president who's been fighting for the middle class, a president who knows he has to keep America's borders safe and secure, and a president who understands that the next election is going to be even tougher than the last one. So I think tonight, Democrats, Americans, independents, it doesn't really matter. It was a president who showed up and said, I'm going to stick with you because I believe in America's future.
And writes, former President Trump was mentioned by Biden as my predecessor, as we were just discussing there with Martha, more than a dozen times. Trump responded tonight calling it the angriest and worst State of the Union address ever. Is that fair, or is Trump just disparaging his opponent?
Well, look, I don't know if it was the worst ever. I mean, I think the bar is pretty low for Joe Biden, and these are not difficult speeches to give. And I think that Joe Biden delivered a little bit of a fantasy land, trying to claim that the economy is booming, the border's secure, America's dominant on the world stage. I don't think anyone's buying that at all. But look, he delivered the speech. This was more of a health and wellness check on the president tonight. I think he did that. And in 2 days, no one's going to remember the contents of this speech. By the way, he promised a big tax hike on corporations in 2021. He didn't deliver it. He had the House, he had the Senate, didn't happen. So, you know, these are the same old promises, same old speeches. We'll see.
And you do right there, taking a live look, we see the motorcade leaving the Capitol, presumably returning to the White House at this point. And right, staying with you for a moment, just 3 minutes into a speech, the president made his first several references to Donald Trump while not directly naming him. Let's take a listen.
Now my predecessor, a former Republican president, tells Putin, quote, do whatever the hell you want. That's a quote. A former president actually said that, bowing down to a Russian leader. I think it's outrageous, it's dangerous, and it's unacceptable.
And writes, Trump was quick to push back right on his social media platform. Putin only invaded Ukraine because he had no respect for Joe Biden. Is this just a taste of what voters are likely to see over the next few months?
It's going to be rough and tumble. It's going to be a close race. I don't think anyone's delusional that this is going to be easy on either side of the aisle. It'll be a very few amount of people that are going to decide this thing in 5 states. Right now, look, President Trump's winning in every battleground state. 75% of Democrats say they wish they had a different candidate for president. They don't even want Joe Biden to be their nominee. That's what the polls say over and over and over again. And by an equal amount, 75% of Democrats say Joe Biden is too old to be president. He acts too old and he is too old. And that's what Democrats say about their own president.
Donna, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, we can't change Joe Biden's age. I mean, he told us tonight that he's pretty old, but he also said that he knows America. He knows what the American people want. And by the way, he has a lot of receipts. So there's no need to sit around your kitchen table and worry as much as you used to when we were losing 3,000 people a day to COVID and over 18 million Americans were unemployed. So we should applaud the fact that America is getting back on its feet, that the American economy is resilient, that the American people are feeling much, much better. Gas prices going down, inflation is cooling. Look, we will have a very spirited debate and conversation throughout the next several months. The most important thing is that America is coming back, and we should all applaud that.
And Donna, though, I am curious, Joe Biden made a lot of big promises tonight. Do you think that he'll be able to deliver on even half of them?
Well, hopefully, if he can get a Democratic Congress, he can deliver on many of the promises he made. And let's not forget, even in the Senate, you have to overcome the filibuster. But there are 34 United States senators who are up for grab, and they're all 435 members. They have to reapply for the job. So I believe the president tonight did what he had to do, show the American people that he's kind, strong, compassionate, and he's a leader. He's someone who knows how to lead America forward. He made the contrast with the former president, his predecessor, because he is determined not to let America go back to those days where we were down on our luck.
Reince Priebus, Donna Brazile, thank you so much for your analysis, as always.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to bring in ABC political director Rick Klein. Rick, let's start with a key stat from the speech. You counted the exclamation marks. What did you find?
Well, Linsey, I also watched the speech, and I wrote about it, too. So don't think all I'm doing is hitting Control-F. But I did that, too. And what I found is 80 exclamation points in the exclamation marks just in the prepared text. And I think if you had counted up the way that Joe Biden delivered it, you probably have 200 or 250. There was a lot of energy. And I think just for his own delivery, when it shows up in the teleprompter, you know how much emphasis he wanted to put on some of these lines, given the punctuation that was there loaded into it. And I think that carried through a lot of the speech. I mean, you saw a president, I think, knew what the perceptions were. The White House, I've talked to a lot of aides that knew how big a moment this was. They've been talking about this literally for months. They knew where it fell on the calendar. They knew how important this would be. And then some stories came out about his age and about concerns around that, and that just kind of built up the expectations. So in some ways, you could say it's a low bar, but in other ways, it wouldn't have taken much to make the whole storyline of the night about some misstep or some miscue or something where he went off script. And really, there wasn't that much of that. And instead, you had a very energetic President Biden that was eager to engage with some of his fiercest critics and was giving it as well as he was getting it.
The president, as has been noted, did not mention the words Donald Trump tonight, but he made sure that he was on voters' minds. We've talked about the so-called double haters, voters who dislike both Biden and Trump. How did he tailor his comments to winnings over some of them?
Yeah, and Linsey, just to refer to the polls, we're talking about a race that is extraordinarily close. President Trump with former President Trump with a slight edge in a range of recent polls. In the 538 polling average, it's a 2-point edge. And what's interesting to me when we look at the polls is this question of favorability, because these are two historically unfavorable candidates. Donald Trump's favorability is right now a little bit higher than Joe Biden's, 44 to 38, again, in this poll that has Trump leading by a couple of points. But among people who don't like either of them, the double haters, actually, they're breaking more for Joe Biden than they are for Trump, 45 to 33. That has been consistent across polls. So when voters are really pressed, okay, you don't like these options here, but who are you going to vote for? Really, who are you going to vote for? They are more likely to support Biden than Trump. So that is, I think, one of the few glimmers of hope in a range of recent polling, is that if Biden can get out there and remind people what they don't like about Donald Trump, even if they don't like him either, he's got at least something of an edge. And I think in the speech tonight, he wasn't really going out there with an eye toward, trying to get new voters into the fold. I think this was a case that he prosecuted against his rival because he knows numbers like this. He knows that if this is about Trump, he might win. If it's just about Joe Biden, he is in a very, very bad spot this fall.
And Biden, of course, took his time before talking ultimately about perceptions, about his age and his ability to do the job at 81. How big of a concern is this for voters? And how much could his performance tonight allay those concerns?
Yeah, look, we've seen this show up across polling. Democrats, 3/4 of Democrats, Reince Priebus is right. Most Democrats have said they have these kind of concerns and they wish they had someone else running. And we've seen it played out in some of the primaries. By the way, he's on the verge of clinching the nomination, as if there's any drama around that. We saw it play out in the state of Michigan, where the uncommitted vote got 13%. More than 100,000 people voted for uncommitted instead of Joe Biden in that state, mainly as a protest against Israel-Hamas policy, which you saw come up. And then in the voting in Minnesota the other night, it was even a larger portion, 18% of the vote. Look at that. Joe Biden only got 70% of the vote, even though he is the incumbent president. We saw a protest vote play out in Virginia, where Marianne Williamson, who barely campaigned, still got 27,000 votes, another 12,000 for Dean Phillips. And in North Carolina, again, that no preference continuing to register. It happened in Hawaii as well this week. So we're seeing this in state after state where Democrats are going to the polls to register some disapproval. But I'll tell you, the audience in that room today, members of Congress, including many who've been critical of the president and have been worried about his stamina, his ability to do the job, they led a campaign rally that I think is going to echo around a lot of Democratic circles for a while. And if you wanted a display of Democratic unity, of Democratic enthusiasm, I think you found it in this last State of the Union address before the election.
Rick Klein at the big boards for us all week long. Thank you, Rick, as always.
Thanks,
and we should also note that we now know the man who was arrested for shouting down from the gallery in this moment right here at the Biden. He's the father of a Marine who was killed at the Kabul airport in 2001 when a suicide bomb went off outside the airport gates. He was a guest of Florida Republican Representative Brian Mast, who is a veteran himself. And now I want to, it was 2021. I'm sorry about that. Yes, apologize about that. And John Carl, our chief Washington correspondent, is joining us now. John, a lot of superlatives. What was it? Angriest, worst? What was Donald Trump's reaction? Give it to us.
He apparently didn't like the speech very much. Maybe not shocking. His reaction, he had a lot of reactions, but this kind of encompasses what he said. That may be the angriest, least compassionate, and worst State of the Union address ever made. It was an embarrassment to our country. I mean, not surprising. This was a campaign speech as much as it was a State of the Union address, and Joe Biden took the speech right to Donald Trump. Some of the most pointed, he didn't, again, not mentioning his name, as you pointed out with Rick, but making absolutely clear who he was talking about.
Of course, as we've been discussing for several weeks at this point, independent voters often can determine elections. And now you add to that those free agent Nikki Haley voters. Do you think that he was able to bring any of those into the tent? The voters that Donald Trump says he doesn't want?
You know, it was he had a tough challenge, President Biden did on this, which is he wanted to make this a pointed response to Donald Trump. He wanted to kick off the campaign, but if you appear too partisan, you risk alienating those Nikki Haley voters who are largely, Republicans who are discontented, don't like Trump, but they're not Democrats, they're not partisans. But I think he did thread that needle pretty well, and I thought it was interesting to see him come right out at the beginning of the speech and take on the issue of Ukraine, which isn't necessarily a big populist issue. It's not something that's going to, that you see in the polling on Ukraine at the beginning 2 years ago when Russia invades, the country rallies around U.S. support for Ukraine. That's become much more of a 50-50 issue. But he came out strong right there. And of course, that was a huge issue for Nikki Haley. I mean, Nikki Haley hit that issue hard with in the Republican primaries, and that in itself, obviously, something Biden cares about deeply, and it's coming up in Congress right now. And Ukraine is facing a dire need for additional funding. But in taking on that issue, he was also taking on an issue that was important for a lot of Nikki Haley voters.
And of course, another thing we've been talking about tonight is he who shall not be named.
Yes.
Why do you think he took that strategy in not saying Donald Trump, but simply saying my former predecessor?
Yeah, my predecessor, the former president, somebody of a similar age to me. He had a couple of different ways. Look, it took a long time before Biden mentioned Trump's name at all. It's something he has to do as we get into this campaign. He's no longer reluctant to do so. But I think that mentioning Trump's name was a bridge too far in that chamber. I don't think he wanted to do that, and he didn't.
Somebody who's a similar age to me, which he also is able to kill two birds with one stone there, to also remind people about Donald Trump's age as well. Jonathan Karl, thank you so much for your analysis and insight tonight. Joining us now, ABC News contributors Christina Sinsoon Ramirez and John Katko. Christina, let's start with you. Do you consider tonight's speech make or break for the president's reelection, and how did he fare?
I mean, I think he did a great job. I think overall you're hearing, even from people that oppose him, save Donald Trump, who we all know is a petulant child, has had to acknowledge that he did a really good job. And I think also he tackled the age question outright. And I think for, I organize young voters. I think it was really important. He's right. It's not just about age. It's about whose ideas are better. And I think, look, Donald Trump is no spring chicken himself. And it wouldn't matter to a lot of voters if he was 50 years younger, because his policies are straight out of the 1950s. When you talk about rights of women to abortion access, IVF, the climate crisis, et cetera. And I think Biden really drew a line in the sand to show those differences. And I also think what we will hear a lot more over the next few days is the really strong economic populist message that he had throughout his speech, talking about building an economy from the bottom up and middle out instead of the top down. That is a big change in the Democratic Party. And I think overwhelmingly talking about not making an economy for the top 1%, but for overall the American people. Very, very popular about taxing the rich their fair share, overwhelmingly popular policies with the vast majority of the American public.
And John, I want to bring you in here. There were just a few stumbles, but you think that he was able to prove to Americans who think that he's too old to serve again that he is fit for the job?
Well, I think the age issue is certainly something coming into this. And arguably, and obviously, it was a low bar for him. This is a scripted speech. I don't think it changes things much in the long run, but he certainly did pretty well tonight from being able to deliver the speech and deliver with energy. I'm more concerned with the base problem he has and the swing voters and the average American. And with respect to the base problem, it's clear that he's acknowledging it as a base problem because it was a very partisan speech and it was very, very divisive and much more so than I thought it would be. And he didn't project hope as much as he projected divisiveness. And as far as the swing voter goes, I'm not sure he's going to reach him with that type of rhetoric and that type of tone. And lastly, the average American who's at home struggling, trying to figure out how to buy their first home or something like that, how are they going to be inspired by this thing to sit there and, when he's telling them that things are a lot better than they are for the average American is really struggling right now. High interest rates still persist. You can't buy a home. I'm not sure he reached those. So he did a good job shoring up his base. He did a pretty good job taking care of the age issue, at least temporarily, until he gets out on the campaign trail. But as far as really getting to the nub of what's going to get him in office versus Trump, and that is a swing voter, I'm not sure he reached them tonight.
All right, time will tell. John Katko, Christina Sinsoon Ramirez, we thank you both so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now I want to bring in ABC White House correspondent Selena Wang. Selena, thanks for hanging out with us all night long. Going to give you the final word here. Where does the president go from here?
Well, Lindsay, today he was energetic, he was forceful, he brought it. But Lindsay, the question is, where does he go from here? Can he keep this up? We still got many, many more months until November. But we know that the president, he's going to be taking this message on the road. In fact, he's going to Philadelphia tomorrow. I'll be traveling with the president, and then he goes to Georgia after that. So this is a message he's going to continue to hammer home, all those themes we pointed out today. And I think, you know, this White House, this president, they know it's going to be an extremely close election, and they've got to focus on the issues that really resonate with average Americans. And I've heard criticism from Democratic allies that thus far the president hasn't done a good job of laying out what he is about for the next 4 years beyond being better than the alternative. And today we did hear his vision about what he's looking at in terms of the economy, lowering housing costs when it comes to student loans, also around foreign policy, around abortion access. So the president, he's going to want to deliver on those populist messages, as you said earlier. And in addition to that, one of those most powerful moments, Lindsay, there I think was when he looked directly in the camera and he said to the American people, do you think the tax system is fair? So, Lindsay, over the coming months, we're going to see the president going to more and more of these swing states, bringing that message home. And the goal from him and his staff is to deliver like that every single time when he doesn't have as much time to prepare.
Selena Wang, our thanks to you for your final thoughts and your coverage with us. And that is our show for tonight. I'm Linsey Davis. ABC News Live is here for you all night with the latest news, context, and analysis. You can always find us on Hulu, Roku, Pluto TV, the ABC News app, and, of course, on abcnews.com. The news never stops. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Have a great night. Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. From Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Santa Fe, New Mexico. Raleigh, North Carolina. The U.S. Capitol. Mayfield, Kentucky. Minneapolis. Mexico. Tongass National Forest, Alaska. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. Giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on. Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch